Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our colleagues and friends, excellencies in the room and online with us all over the world. I'm told that we have, about 1,000 registered online participants. And so good morning to you all. My name is Dr. Nkiruka Didigu with the United Nations Population Fund, and it is my pleasure and my honor to welcome you to the 11th Annual Symposium on the role of religion and faith-based organizations in international affairs. And I welcome you on behalf of the organizations that have co-sponsored this auspicious event: ACT Alliance, the General Board of Church and Society of the United Methodist Church, Islamic Relief USA, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Soka Guys International, United Religions Initiative, the World Council of Churches, and of course, in close partnership with the United Nations Interagency Task Force on Religion and Development, of which UNFPA is one of them, along with UNAOC, UNDP, and 20 plus other member entities. I'm going to hand over to my co-moderator to introduce himself. Peter?
Hello, everybody. My name is Peter Prove. I'm Director for International Affairs at the World Council of Churches based in Geneva, but very pleased to be here with you in person for this event in New York. It's hard to believe that this is already the 11th edition of this annual symposium, which was begun in 2014 as an initiative of a group of faith-based organizations that work in relation to the United Nations system. But already from 2016, it evolved into a full partnership between those faith-based organizations and the UN system, in particular through the UN Interagency Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development. Each year, we have adopted a different theme related to key aspects of the international agenda that is salient at that time. We started in 2015 with a focus on human dignity and human rights. But in the intervening years, we've covered a range of issues, including prevention of atrocity crimes and violent extremism, just and sustainable peace, migration and displacement, gender equality, human security, sustainable development and environmental issues, and economic justice. Our overall aim, in short, is to foster dialogue between faith actors and global institutions, and to serve as a platform for exploring how faith-based organizations can contribute to multilateral solutions for the world's most pressing challenges. Because we believe strongly that it is only through global cooperation that global crises of the dimensions that we face today can be effectively addressed. We believe, as a matter of faith, that all people have a common humanity and a shared responsibility for the world and for future generations of life on it. We aim to inspire collective action for better and more just future for all of us. And I have to say, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, that as we look around the world today, that inspiration and that collective action has never been more urgently needed. Today we sit here in New York. Behind us is the UN Secretariat. It is somehow emblematic that there are gray clouds today over the institution. But we know that behind the clouds, there's always sun. And that's the purpose of this symposium, to find the sun behind the clouds. Kiki.
That was beautiful, Peter. Thank you so much. Building on all Peter has said, what is our theme for this 11th symposium? The future is upon us. What now? Amplifying the role of faith and civil society actors in multilateral solutions. It is no secret that multilateralism is under pressure. It's no secret. It's also no secret that we are living through a time of unprecedented polycrises, from climate change to global economic inequality to human rights violations and pushback. The list goes on and on. And it is at such a time as this that it is incumbent upon all of us as a global community to come together, to broaden the space and create that inclusive platform for dialogue bringing in the voices of civil society and faith-based organizations in particular. And it is along those lines that we are hosting this symposium to talk about a series of topical global issues and the role that faith actors can play in helping our global communities carve out multilateral solutions. We also know that the space for civil society in general has been shrinking. And oftentimes, in many of these gatherings, at the UN and other spaces, there may not even be a mention of faith-based actors and the important role, the crucial role that that you all play on the ground. This is something that we are working collaboratively to change. 2024 was a watershed moment for the UN system and for multilateralism more generally, with the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future. We are in the year 2025 now, and we have less than 5 years to go before we meet the 2030 deadline for the SDGs, all of which we know are falling behind in terms of the goals and targets themselves. In 2025, there are multiple key moments that should serve as opportunities for meaningful dialogue and collaborative solutions. We recently concluded the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action at the CSW, the Commission on the Status of Women, the 25th anniversary on Women, Peace and Security, the Security Council Resolution 1325. We have upcoming the FFD, the Financing for Development Conference in July, the World Summit on Information Society, the UN Ocean Conference, the COP30 in Brazil. So there are multiple events, occasions, spaces, multilateral platforms that require a change, a shift, more acceleration, more inclusion, and bringing in the voices, the diverse voices of civil society and faith actors in particular to help us shape what these solutions ought to be would be critical to our overall success. So how do we do this? How does this auspicious symposium contribute to creating that shift, that change, that inclusion? This is a half day we have together where we're going to have, our high level opening, and then we move over to thematic panel discussions that will cover key topics such as gender, such as peace in the midst of conflict, the role of faith actors in multilateralism specifically, and artificial intelligence, right? Global governance, and where the role and the voices and the wisdom of faith actors can contribute to global digital governance. At the end of the day, we seek to achieve four main things. We want to showcase the engagement of faith actors, the current engagement of faith actors in key global issues. We want to critically examine the role of civil society and faith actors and explore how their contributions have evolved over time and what we can do differently. We want to examine the impact of those shrinking civic spaces that we are encountering and how we can shift that. And finally, we really want to strengthen meaningful partnerships. We are at a moment where we are forced to do a lot more with a lot less. That's the reality on the ground. So how do we collectively strengthen partnerships for greater impact? These are some of the objectives that we want to accomplish with our esteemed panelists and speakers over the course of the day. I should have mentioned that we do have translation. We have translation in English, Spanish, French, Arabic, and international sign language for our colleagues and friends who are online. Please, look at your computers and press the relevant buttons so that you can engage meaningfully with us. And Peter, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
So just a couple of other quick housekeeping items before we move into the high-level welcome segment. First of all, this is a hybrid event, so we have a large number of participants online. They get the advantage of the simultaneous interpretation facility. You don't get it here in the room, but what you get in the room is coffee and tea and water at the back, which the online participants don't benefit from. So feel free to avail yourselves of that. For those online especially, there is a question and answer function, and we would like to gather up your comments and your questions. So please make use of that facility. That will be monitored, and to the extent that time permits, we will be presenting some of those questions in the forum here. There is lunch, a light lunch provided downstairs on the 7th level, courtesy of Levi Bautista's office, immediately after the session, when we conclude at around 1 o'clock. So please take advantage of that hospitality, and it might be a good idea if you let Levi know if you're coming, in case he needs to provide additional catering. I hope it's not the case. You might be in the kitchen, Levi. I also want to point out that today is a Thursday. And as many of you who work in the ecumenical or in the interfaith environment will know, that many of us observe a weekly occasion, Thursdays in Black, which is an observance that is designed to commemorate and express solidarity with all victims of sexual and gender-based violence. And so on each Thursday, we invite people who are so inclined to wear black or dark colors. This pin, should you wish to acquire some, we can provide, and thereby to express a commitment to working for a world free of rape and violence. So I think that's it by way of housekeeping. And so Kiki and I can vacate the top table, and I'd like to invite all those speakers who are signed up to speak in the high-level welcome session to come to the table here, and Kiki and I will move over to that side. All right, thank you very much. I want to start by welcoming and appreciating the presence of Ms. Nyaradzai Gumbonzvanda, Deputy Executive Director of UN Women. Nyaradzai is extremely well known to many of us, especially in the faith sector, having in her distinguished career served, amongst other things, as General Secretary of the World YWCA. And it's wonderful to have you with us now in this capacity, Nyaradzai. Thank you so much for coming to be with us in person. The floor is yours.
2014, I was with the World YWCA, and when the interagency network was established. So it feels good to be home within the faith network, the religious communities. And thank you for the invitation, and thank you to our co-hosts, and thank you to colleagues in the UN. When I was appointed to the role as the Assistant Secretary General last year, and was leaving my village to come to the UN, and I was asking myself, I'm coming from community and faith, and you are used to even start with song, then sings my soul. I'm like, am I allowed to do that in the UN? I bring that perspective to say the UN and the work we do is about people, about everyday life experiences, about that which it means to say we are people grounded in the ethos of humanity, of dignity, of justice, and of rights. I also want to really, at the outset, as I appreciate the co-sponsors, also appreciate our colleagues at UNFPA for holding the fort for us and for keeping the light for us. Yesterday, in that building, at some floor, we sat for 2 days as leadership within the UN, and we're discussing sustainable development and where we are and where multilateralism is and what are the challenges of the moment. Naturally, the role of faith and culture was on the table. In a profound way, we thought it would be a 30-minute discussion, and we rolled on and on and on and on, and the issue permeated all the conversations that we have. So let me just give a perspective of where we are in multilateralism from my role and also our perspective as UN women. First is that when the UN was founded in 1945-46, It was at the ashes of war. It was building from that which we say the world should not be. And it was about building a global community of solidarity and of shared values. And that solidarity of shared values was expressed in multilateralism and in core values which are within the UN Charter and which are within the Bill of Rights. And within the UN Charter and the Bill of Rights, if we look at Article 55, it was very clear that it's about we the people. It starts with we the people. It didn't say we the Black people, we the people with disabilities, we the people from this corner of the world. It's about we the people. Equality is at the heart of multilateralism. Non-discrimination is at the heart of multilateralism. A world free of conflict, of war, a world of peace is at the heart of multilateralism. A world in which a little girl can dance, singing, going to the river to fetch water, or a mother go to the garden and plant and pick the vegetables without fear that the soil is contaminated. That of the coexistence of people and planet is the essence. But today, that dream and vision is yet to be achieved. I have righteous anger. In this space, I can use that word. I have righteous anger, and this symposium together is for us to get divine courage together. We need to be courageous now more than before. We are angry because we are bearing our own due to preventable causes, due to human causes. We are traumatized to the wars that we can't even count from which country to which country. Whether we are talking about the situation in Gaza, we are talking about the Ukraine, what we are calling gang rapes in Haiti, 167 women raped out of a crisis in DRC. The pain and the trauma of us as a people at this moment is painful. And that is accompanied by very conscious and intentional decisions. In 2023, military expenditure, according to UN data, was more than $4.3 trillion. And in the same year, over 100 million girls were not in school. And yet, as UN women, as UNFPA, UNHCR, we ask questions. How are you preventing gender-based violence and abuse in conflict? I'm like, just to stop the war, buy one helicopter less, put that money to education, to community dialogue, to finding solutions. Because we can't bomb our families and then say, how are you dealing with the displaced? And yet there's no money for that humanitarian. So the contradiction of values, of that which multilateralism aspires for, and that which is the reality in our countries by the same governments, is one issue. The second, which is very painful, is the notion that discrimination can still be allowed. Our work is at UN and as UN women on advancing gender equality, the rights and empowerment of women and girls is not an ideology. It's a profound value rooted in human rights, rooted in our holy texts, that we are all born in dignity and rights. We are born in the image of the Creator, each one of us. So discrimination has no place or space in the world today. And yet, what we are also seeing within the hard negotiations of multilateralism is whether discrimination should be allowable or not. And again, we are all endowed with the gift of discernment. Each one of us, we can make decisions, especially adults on our issues, and for children in their evolving capabilities. But we continue to see a world in which women are not recognized as having decisions about their bodies, about their families, about the ecosystem around them. I served as the AU ambassador on ending child marriage. I'm saying to my faith community, what you are calling child marriage is being justified in your name, in our name. This is rape. This is sexual exploitation, which is being justified on the basis of religion and culture. My faith, my culture, should not be used to abuse. It should be used to value life. So what we see is this conflation in the negotiations in the multilateral spaces to say the positiveness of religion is being undermined by use of the same faith and the same culture to justify and rationalize crime like rape. This is why I really like the Thursdays in Black, is saying, look, we are a society of dignity. Our values is about dignity, respect. It's not about rationalizing and justifying criminal behavior. And therefore, I feel at this moment of multilateralism, what we need is the strong voice of faith, of religion, of leaders on very particular issues, so that we are able to bring that clarity together. The last point I have on multilateralism and where we are at the moment as the UN is the hard, what we have observed and experienced in the last couple of months, and is around funding. It's okay for member states to make decisions on funding, but it's also how the decisions are made. An abruptness of decisions causes trauma. It causes pressure on the faith community. It means if that local clinic was subsidized for certain treatment and you no longer have that available from the government stores, it means we need a second collection after Mass in order for us to be able to resource that work. So the reduction in funding is also a transfer of public sector responsibilities to communities and to faith communities. And it's a very direct expectation. Me growing up during the war in my country, when we had no food, we would gather at the local church. And the community had to find ways of pulling together the beans and the porridge for us. So when the public is unable to provide, the transfer of responsibilities is to communities. And naturally, we don't close our places of worship when crisis happens. We actually open the doors wider, but with less. And therefore, the conversation around resources is a global conversation. I really want to appreciate so much the role that we continue to play in raising the voices around priority repositioning of values, faith, on issues of inequality and discrimination. Secondly, around strengthening multilateralism, that it's a collective responsibilities of member states to also not be so nationalistic that multilateralism and the focus on the issues we deal with is not just about national security interest, national economic interest. It's about the collective good of the well-being of humanity. And lastly, that the world, it's not that the world is less, it's more about how the world is prioritizing that which is available. And that prioritization should go to communities. We continue to appreciate our relationships together. And it is a time when we need that divine courage, that boldness to stand up together for us to continue to build a world of multilateralism that faith communities created before the UN was created. Before the UN was created, we were already working multilaterally. And therefore, as a UN, there's a lot that we can also learn from the faith communities and the religious communities in advancing human well-being and the dignity of creation. Thank you very much.
That was incredible. Incredible. We'll say more about that. Thank you very much, Neratai. And we're moving on to our second high-level speaker who is joining us virtually, making a huge sacrifice given the time difference. Wait for it. His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, Dr. Mina Talia, who's the Minister for Home Affairs, Climate Change and Environment in Tuvalu, is joining us remotely and to deliver some opening remarks. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. All right, I think we have a connection challenge. Peter, why don't we introduce the next speaker?
Thank you. We'll keep looking for Minister Talia online in case he arrives. It seems that the connection has dropped, but in the meantime, we move on. And I'd like to introduce Ms. Nika Saidi, who joins us representing UNDP and standing in for Assistant Secretary General Shoko Noda, who was unable to join us today. Nika is the global lead on mental health and psychosocial support and global advisor on religion and development at UNDP. And she's been a long-standing partner and ally in this effort to promote partnership between the UN and the faith sector. Nika, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's exactly as you mentioned. It feels being home. And my takeaway is, let your vision be worth embracing. So let that be our motto for today. Distinguished colleagues and partners, it's an honor to join you today at this year's Annual Symposium. Many thanks to the organizers and to all of you who continue to nurture this space for critical dialogue, action, and reflection. The theme you have chosen, the future is upon us. What now? Is not only timely, but urgent. At this juncture in global affairs, we face an unprecedented convergence of crises. Deepening inequality, escalating conflict, climate disruption, digital divides, shrinking civic spaces, and erosion of trust in institutions. And yet, this is also a time of extraordinary opportunity. An opportunity to reimagine our shared future, grounded in inclusion, dignity, and collective responsibility. As the United Nations Development Agency, UNDP is committed to walk alongside the people and institutions and our partner sister agencies and faith-based organizations to drive change, especially in the most fragile and complex settings. And among the most vital partners in this effort are the world, faith-based actors and religious leaders. Faith shapes the daily lives, values and aspirations of billions of people. And in times of uncertainty and upheaval, it often becomes an anchor, a force for resilience, hope, and cohesion. For many communities, faith actors are the first to respond to crisis and last to leave. They hold moral authority, local legitimacy, and vast convening power. This is why UNDP partnership with faith-based actors is not symbolic. It's strategic and essential. In 2023 alone, we worked in more than 20 countries to integrate faith actors into national and local strategies for peace-building, inclusion, mental health, and sustainable development. We do this because we know that faith-based actors are critical enablers of transformative, locally owned solutions. Let me illustrate these two examples. For example, in Iraq, UNDP worked with over 130 religious leaders from different traditions and backgrounds to promote reconciliation and social cohesion in areas recovering from ISIL occupations. These religious leaders received training on human rights, conflict resolution, dialogue principles, and reintegration strategies for former ex-combatants and their families. They did not simply speak to their communities, they listened, mediated, and helped build a new social fabric from the ashes of war. Importantly, participants themselves urged us to include women of faith in future trainings, highlighting the need to leverage their unique influence in promoting peace. For example, in Tanzania, UNDP collaborated with religious leaders in Zanzibar to promote peace and social cohesion through a people-centered, value-based approach. These leaders led community outreach in churches, mosques, markets, and public gatherings, delivering message of justice, inclusion, and shared humanity. More than 14,000 people, especially youth, were reached through this initiative, which intentionally bridged differences across faith, gender, and generation. These examples are not exceptions. They are part of a growing body of work across regions from Afghanistan and Philippines to Mali, Tajikistan, and Central Asia, where faith actors are at the front line of addressing violent extremism, safeguarding civic space, and promoting mental well-being through culturally and spiritually grounded approaches. These are just a few reflections of the depths and diversity of our joint efforts. And yet, even as we strengthen this partnership, we face a difficult reality. Civil society space is shrinking. Funding is an issue that we are all facing. And exactly as you mentioned, it's not the funding cut, it's the way that it has been handled. Religious and spiritual actors, despite their contribution, are too often absent from national and multilateral policy spaces. The Pact for the Future, adopted by world leaders in last September, reminds us that governance must be inclusive and participatory if it's to be effective. The 2030 Agenda to rest on the foundational commitment to leave no one behind. That must include faith actors, particularly those working at the grassroots levels. That is why UNDP supports this symposium's call to amplify the voice of faith and civil society actors in global policy making. This is not simply about moral argument, it's about better outcome. When communities are meaningfully included in the decision that affects them, peace lasts longer. Development becomes more sustainable, and institutions become more trusted. As we mark key anniversaries that you mentioned quite a lot in the queue, we are here to think about the practical requirements for peace. Let me conclude with this. Faith matters. Not only because it resonates deeply with people's identity and worldview, but because it offers a path forward, rooted in shared values. At UNDP, we remain committed to walking this path with you as partner, as advocates, and as co-creator of solutions. Let us seize this moment to build a future that is not only possible, but profoundly just. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nika. Nika is a long-standing, long-serving partner and leader in this space. Thank you on behalf of UNDP. We still don't have a minister online. Okay, so let us move along and invite none other than the esteemed Bishop Julius Trimble, General Secretary, General Board of Church and Society United Methodist Church. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished international public servants from the UN system, fellow religious representatives, civil society leaders, ladies and gentlemen, beloved of the one human family, all protocols observed. I count it both a joy and a cherished opportunity to welcome you to this international gathering. As previously introduced, I am Bishop Julius C. Trimble, the General Secretary of the United Methodist General Board of Church and Society, with offices in Washington, D.C., and here at the United Nations Center, Church Center. While I am defined and identified often with a particular faith family, I see my primary identity as a child of God, part of one human family with stewardship responsibilities for the care of creation and the uninterrupted pursuit of peace and justice. The effort to promote a just, peaceful, safe, secure, people-centered, human rights-oriented, ethical, and sustainable society is work that calls us to walk and work together, both now and in the future. At this 11th iteration of this symposium, as it has been for the last 10 years, we again emphasize the crucial role of civil society, including religious and faith-based actors in pursuing transformative multilateralism. The United Nations is essential to our collective current and future existence as people, nations, and the planet. The inaugural assembly of the United Nations took place at the Methodist Central Hall in London in 1946. Today, the Church Center for the United Nations, established by the predecessor bodies of the General Board of Church and Society, where in-person participants are now being hosted today, extends a warm welcome for all of our stakeholders who value global collaboration through the United Nations. The legacies of historic injustices and contemporary crises cannot be wished away. This is our season of sustained resistance to all that is divisive and dehumanizing. This is our season of sacred resilience and unbounded hope. All of us stand on the shoulders of those who by faith stood against slavery, colonialism, racism, xenophobia, gender inequity, and the marginalization of indigenous peoples. The divine imprint of human dignity and sacred worth cannot be taken away by the stroke of a pen or the promulgation of any theological or ideological thesis of superiority. Rooted in an intersectional approach to multilateral cooperation, we can approach matters like economic, health, and gender justice, poverty, and pandemics with every effort to remove the obstructions that prohibit the full flourishing of all of humanity. The moral arc of the universe may bend toward justice, but only together we can help bend it with unbounded hope, sustained resistance, and sacred resilience. Friends, we are at our best when we turn toward each other and value our stories, invest in our friendships, and relish our relationships. We are at our best when we accept the invitation of greater collaboration, not less. Look at the world as it is and press forward in making it more compassionate and just. So today is a gift, an unrepeatable moment in time for partnerships and collaboration. In the social principles of the United Methodist Church, we affirm the role of the state and faith community relationship to advancing the common good in the larger society. With unbounded hope in God, who is in all things, allowing light to overcome darkness and love to overcome hatred. So I join you in embracing this opportunity to join a choir of the committed to pursue beloved community, a world free of hunger and violence, where conversations lead to commitments and trust leads to transformation. Welcome, beloved.
Well, thank you very much. Really exceptional opening statements. Thank you so much for this warm welcome and inspiring welcome to all the speakers. I'm assuming that Minister Talia has no, so we don't unfortunately have the minister with us, which is sad, but I'm sure we'll pick him up on another occasion. Thank you very much, speakers. I'd invite you to resume your seats. I imagine that Deputy Executive Director Nyadzai, you might have to leave us at this point, I imagine. Once again, want to thank you so much for sharing this opening moment with us. There will now be a short transmission, a break in the proceedings while we move into the next panel. I'm going to invite the moderator, Audrey Kitagawa, to take her place, and together with those speakers on this panel who are here in person, to prepare for the next panel session. Please.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Audrey Kitagawa, and I'm very pleased to be the moderator for today's first panel discussion on faith actors and multilateralism, advocating for inclusive global governance. This session will examine the role of faith-based organizations in multilateral processes and consider how they can help create a more equitable approach to global challenges. We will also explore how faith-based organizations can help build more inclusive governance by advocating for the inclusion of the important perspectives of marginalized groups to help advance the goals of human rights, peace, and well-being for all. The inclusion of all constituents, minorities, women, youth, indigenous peoples, and other marginalized groups will provide the broader perspectives needed to address climate change, conflict, poverty, and other challenges. Faith actors are, as an important component of civil society, have always played a significant role in governance, offering belief systems and behaviors that provided guidance for social interaction. Throughout history, religion and politics were often strongly connected, and there have been many religious leaders who have been heads of government and others who are separate from government but work closely with political leaders in support of their agendas. And I think we have seen this very clearly in our lifetimes. Faith actors are far from new to the world of governance. Religious organizations with their strong community ties and moral authority are respected partners in peace building, humanitarian aid, selfless service to those in need, and intercultural dialogue. These capabilities are needed to address the polycrisis we face today. Inclusive global governance is an important goal, and faith actors and faith-based organizations are positioned to play a significant role in advocating for the engagement of a broader spectrum of voices and opinions in government and policy making. We will see the importance of multicultural processes in building the framework of cooperation and shared responsibilities in addressing international issues. We will keep in mind that through the lens of multilateralism, we seek to achieve collective problem solving, equality and inclusivity, the rule of law, dialogue and diplomacy, sustainable development, and leaving no one behind. I am joined by 4 panelists who have extensive biographies outlining their outstanding works and in their professional roles and respective faith roles. And they have led with integrity and dedication that has garnered great respect for them from the international community. Their bios will be on the screen as each panelist begins their presentation. Our first speaker is Mr. Rio Harada, and he is Chief of the Equality, Development and Rule of Law section of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in New York. And he is representing Ms. Ilse Brands-Karras, the Assistant Secretary General, who is unable to be with us today. So, Rio, you now have the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Audrey, and it's really a pleasure to be here among friends and defenders of human rights. And apologies on behalf of our AS chief who could not be here due to last-minute change in the schedule. Last month at the Human Rights Council, our High Commissioner Volker Turk sounded the alarm about the current turbulent and unpredictable state of the world, as we have seen in growing conflicts in society that are increasingly being divided. Peaceful dialogues and coexistence among people and nations are being hindered across the globe by discrimination, incitement to hatred and violence against persons based on religion or belief. Religious minorities face threats to their places of worship, their livelihoods, and their lives. Divisive rhetoric and negative stereotyping leads to stigmatization of communities, while online hate speech may fuel real-life violence. This is part of a wider pattern of attacks against religious groups across the world, including Muslim, Jews, Christians, and other religious or belief minorities. And the High Commissioner also recalled that all actors of goodwill, whether they be states, religious leaders, faith-based actors, or other members of civil society, should work together to promote human dignity, social cohesion, and respect. Last September, member states adopted the Pact of the Future, and in doing so, they committed to step up the fight against religious hatred, which constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostilities, or violence. And they emphasized that to be effective, this work must include faith-based organizations and civil society. And the pact contains specific reference to promote inter-religious dialogue and countering religious hatred. So the international community can take several actions to enhance the participation of faith-based organizations and civil society in multilateral processes, and I highlight a couple of them. First, we must ensure the safe participation of civil society and faith-based actors within the United Nations. RASG is actually charged with the mandate to look into the intimidation and reprisals for cooperation with the UN. And as Secretary General's report that we document over years of those incidents of intimidations or reprisals for UN cooperating with UN against individuals and organizations, including those from religious minorities or working on their behalf. Second, faith and civil society actors have a critical role to play in shaping multilateral solutions through meaningful engagement, and they can help addressing polarization and conflicts and contribute to reconciliation and building peace. At international level, they can do so by bringing the voices from the ground into global discussions and in transmitting and translating global outcomes to local communities. One concrete example is the key role that civil society organizations played in the elaboration of the Pact of the Future, notably during the Nairobi conference held in May 2024. And their engagement facilitated the inclusion of several references to promote inter-religious dialogue and countering religious hatred in the final text. Third, for global governance to be inclusive, it is vital to strengthen communication with civil society and faith-based actors, allowing for ongoing dialogue and exchange for information. And we in OSHR is trying to facilitate that conversation. Every year over the past 5 years, we have been facilitating peer-to-peer learning on faith for rights, where participants can share positive experiences and lessons learned. And fourth, inclusive faith literacy and human rights literacy is needed to foster peaceful, diverse, and cohesive societies. The Secretary General's recent report to the General Assembly on combating intolerance against persons based on religions or beliefs, it provides some examples of several religious leaders who are part of the faith of rights community of practices, advocating together for people of all faiths. And fifth, the networks of faith-based actors have the potential to use their voice to promote compassion and acts of solidarity. Intercommunal social, developmental, and environmental faith-based projects are needed at the local, national, regional, and global levels. Change on the ground is the goal, and concerted action is its logical means for restoring trust and reshaping the future. And so we all have to unite our joint efforts for peace and human rights and intergenerational climate justice. And sixth, and lastly, the High Commissioner also urged faith leaders and political authorities to work together for comprehensive anti-discrimination laws and institutions and use them where they exist. Religious leaders with great influence and large networks can familiarize their communities with the law and with ways to invoke its protection. OSHR and Equal Rights Trust have published a practical guide to protecting minority rights and developing comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. Now, at the end of 2024, we have in 47 countries whose laws are broadly compliant with the comprehensive ban on discrimination. And our analysis shows that 33 more countries are now actively working to bring laws into compliance. So unfortunately, I won't be able to stay until the very end of this panel. So let me add a few parting thoughts here. We need to together knit a renewed social contract based on trust, respect, and compassion. And human rights and faith are not opposing forces. And indeed, it is human rights, it is a human interpretation that creates any tensions between them. Therefore, governments, religious leaders, and a wide range of civil society actors and the UN, we all need to work together and build bridges for upholding human dignity and equality for all. And for that, we need a whole of society approach and initiatives to promote a culture of peace based on human rights, to address the root causes and build communities in which expressions of hatred are socially unacceptable. We need to be strategic, we need to be context specific, taking into account local culture and historical factors. So we count on everybody here to join the fight and work together for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ryohada. And we appreciate your including your concluding remarks as part of your presentation in Prime. We take note that you will be leaving us early. So our next speaker is Dr. Ganoon Diop. He's the Director of Public Affairs and Religious Liberty for the Seventh-day Adventist Church. So now, Dr. Diop, you now have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Audrey. This year, 2025, can be considered a landmark, actually, of partnership between faith-based organizations and key UN agencies for the betterment of our world. 11 years of existence of a yearly symposium. Is this one just another symposium, another webinar by people of goodwill wanting to make contributions to make our world more just and overall more human and humane? What difference is this yearly recurrent event making, considering the scale of larger global problems? Inequity, inequality have not diminished. Rivalries and wars are still part of international relations. Economic justice, racial justice, gender justice are still elusive. Gender-based violence has considerably increased. Human trafficking, organ trafficking, and various crimes against humanity continue unabated. But in spite of the disintegration of human solidarity globally, we must continue to call for more justice, more solidarity, more freedom and peace. That is one of the reasons why this symposium continue every year, basically, to speak out. Now, I would like, for my brief intervention, I just gave a smile to Audrey because she was reminding me that I have 7 minutes, something like that, right? Yes. Yes, okay. All right. Thank you so much. So I would like to focus on Africa intentionally and underline the gap between its resources and the condition of millions of Africans deprived of dignified living standards. 2024 actually marked the last year of what the United Nations has called the International Decade for People of African Descent, 2015 to 2024, recognition, justice, and development. I thought there is room in this symposium to highlight some of these concerns. Now, I must say that the future of our world cannot be built while neglecting to address the paradoxes, the paradoxes the continent of Africa is still experiencing in the 21st century. In fact, the continent of Africa, and that's one of my theory, is incontrovertibly connected to the future of our world. And there are many reasons for that, but I will just mention few. I am very grateful, by the way, that the WCC will convene very soon in May a commemorative ecumenical conference at a time when there are growing calls from around the world to revisit historic injustices and atrocities committed against many people through enslavement, colonization, imperialism, and evangelization even. Now, the Berlin Conference of 1884 is one of many historic gatherings whose outcome was shaped and in turn went on to shape the life and work of even the churches globally. Now, I would like to mention one of the factors behind the Conference of Berlin, as well as an outcome of the same conference, is anti-Black racism, the prejudice and discrimination, unjust and unfair treatment of Africans and people of African descent, Black people in general. Now, let me start by saying it is high time to recreate, and that is one of the contributions I would like to make here. It is high time to recreate a movement of Renaissance centered on the humanization of people of African descent, victimized by centuries of exploitation, subjugation, and dehumanization. This consists in a restoration of human dignity of people of African descent still subject to discrimination. As I say, the future cannot be built without the resources of the continent of Africa. Now, the first area, of course, that comes to mind is the domain of current and future technologies. However, there is more and much more areas that we could call here. Exploiting the resources of the continent of Africa, including the human resources, cannot be done according to the models of the past. I'm talking about slavery, the Berlin Conference, the partition of Africa, the extraction of mineral resources by multinational corporations and governments based on the destruction of African ecosystems. Two tragic observations. Africa exports, but also imports. Now, from Africa are exported rare minerals. We talk a lot about that today. essential for developing technologies. On the other hand, as tragic, Africa receives deadly toxic wastes dumped on its shores, bringing diseases, pollution, polluting its water and contaminating its food. Mining its resources brings disastrous consequences in terms of polluting its waters, and Africa has been through unnecessary trauma in addition to these. And I'm talking about here slaveries. And notice I use the plural. Why? I'm just thinking of transatlantic slavery, which is, oh my goodness. Okay, all right. So the see how they treat Africans. Okay. Okay, no, 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 no. This was just to make you smile. Okay, so just briefly, when I talk about the exploitation, the extraction of minerals, just briefly, I'm talking about cobalt, lithium, rare earth elements, tantalum, bismuth, gallium, indium, zirconium, and we can continue. Which minerals are really in Africa? In particular, coltan, cobalt, the platinum group metals, tantalum, rare earth element, bauxite, lithium, graphite, and this mineral plays an important role in global supply chains. Now, there are, of course, consequences of this. The habitat destruction, soil erosion, water pollution, air pollution, loss of biodiversity, displacement of communities, climate change, waste generation, land degradation. So I think Africa could be really a relevant case study about what the extraction, the mining of rare minerals is doing to our world today. Now, let me maybe just close then here to say they asked me to stop, and I will do so after saying this. What are the solutions concretely that I would like to submit to your reflection? One, a humanization of our world. People are important. Actually, I will go even further to say people are sacred, more sacred than temples, than synagogues, than mosques. Also, a restoration, second, a personal commitment rather to the restoration of human dignity. It's not by chance that the first symposium was about human dignity. Third, economic justice in terms of fair trade. If, for example, the minerals coming out of the continent of Africa were, in the context of fair trade, African will not need USAID or something like that. But anyway, that's another topic. Building a new humanity where every person's infinite value is affirmed, where every person's freedom of conscience and freedom of choice are secured. And this for Africans, I may say, is necessary, the emancipation of the minds, meaning you can be victimized but not consider yourself as victims. Thank you so much. He really, okay, thank you so much. I will just stop here then.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rio Hada, who is leaving us now. And Ganoon, you will have an opportunity to bring in your concluding remarks. So thank you so much for your presentation. And let's see if Ishan Shah is available. Okay, so he is online with us. So Ishan, we're very happy to have you online successfully. So we're very pleased to welcome you as our next speaker. You now have the floor.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me okay. Perfect. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here and great to share this space with so many of you. And thank you for welcoming me as a young person into this space. I'm really looking forward to sitting here and most importantly, learning from all my fellow partners and peers and intergenerational colleagues in the room. So thank you so much. And I would like to just start off by reminding ourselves of three of the key messages that were really delivered to us in the opening at the beginning of this session, which are on common humanity, shared duty, and collective action. And I would like to remind us of those three things because those are the very foundations that at the moment are being threatened. Our common humanity, our shared duty, and our collective action. Years and decades of progress are being threatened, are being reversed and rolled back on. And I think that it's so important to remind ourselves of that because that is the role of spirituality, of faith, and of religion. And that's something that as a young advocate in this space, in advocacy at a grassroots level, but also in this multilateral space, is that often it's very easy to lose hope, to continue to have eroding trust in institutions. But actually holding on to my faith has allowed me to maintain a degree of hope, and a degree of passion and a degree of love for humanity, and that has allowed me to sustain such activism in this space. I'm a proud Jain. I was brought up in the faith of Jainism. My grandmother's always reminded me growing up of service to others, of giving to others selflessly without expecting anything in return, and of the principle of ahimsa, which means non-violence. And it's a term that very much became popular during Mahatma Gandhi's freedom fight for India's independence. It was a term that he used, ahimsa, a term that derived from the principles and values of Jainism. And ahimsa, meaning non-violence, is one of the founding purposes of the UN as well, right? It's to maintain peace and security, and it's to maintain that element of non-violence. So in that regard, very privileged to have been brought up as a Jain, and very proud to have been brought up in that. And I'm very keen to take the learnings that I've been passed on through generations, through my family, into the work that we do here and into the advocacy spaces. And also very privileged to have grown up in a very multi-faith background too. I used to go to Sunday school. My best friend in New York is a Christian. And when I was in New York for CSW, we went to church together on a Sunday. Did some Bible study with her family there. There are families, my aunts, my mom's family who have married into the faith of Islam. So my cousins have been brought up through different faiths as well. And I live in a very in an area that's very Jewish as well. So when my mom was growing up, she would used to go and have a Friday night dinner and celebrate Shabbat with her Jewish neighbors. So over the years, what I've learned is really the sense of community that religion and faith bring. And it's looking at multilateralism in a different way. It's looking at it in a way that doesn't necessarily mean institutionally at a UN level, but what is multilateralism? As Nyaradze said at the beginning, faiths and religions have been practicing multilateralism before the UN even existed. And as Rio mentioned as well, I think this sense of community building is really important, not only to bring faith voices to the UN, but also bringing the UN back to the communities, back to the grassroots level where the UN is needed most. And so this sense of community is really important because particularly in an era of eroding trust in multilateralism and of shrinking civic space, we really need to focus on trust building. And trust building really is not just about sort of building trust in the institution, but it's also building trust in each other as individuals, as human beings. And in an era of growing hatred, of growing divisions, we need that trust to sustain our activism, but also to bring back these principles of human rights, of democracy, of peace and security, of development back to the local level, back to the grassroots level, and having methods of multilateralism that are not necessarily a top-down approach, but are actually led by grassroots movements that have been sustaining change, sustaining sustainable development before sustainable development was even a term. And so really, I would like to end on this element of how we need to really work together as faith communities. And faith communities are already doing that across borders, across belief systems, and really push forward progress together, because it's only through using our religion, our faith, and spirituality to defend human rights, to work together intergenerationally, but also multi-stakeholder manners, that we can truly push forward progress. And importantly, as a young person, bringing more young people into these spaces too. I think it's so important. But thank you so much for inviting me into this space. And in my closing remarks, I can share some more concrete call to actions. but really reminding ourselves of how, many of us come from many different belief systems, yet we are united by those three pillars: the common humanity, our shared duty, and collective action. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Ishan. And we are pleased to welcome as our next speaker, Ms. Bonnie Dugal, who's the Principal UN Representative of the Baha'i International Community. Bonnie, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear Audrey. And thank you to the organizers. I can't believe how quickly 11 years go by. I think we were a lot more hopeful 11 years ago than we are today. But I'm particularly glad to join this discussion on a topic as important as the role of faith actors in multilateral system and the need for effective, inclusive global governance. It's important that we consider these issues not in the abstract, but rather in full awareness of the upheaval that is unfolding almost daily on the international stage. My colleagues on this panel and speakers before have listed those, and I'm not going to repeat the situation we find ourselves in this year. But this is something that was coming for some years, and humanity has been, I won't say asleep at the switch, but trying to grapple with the problems that we're facing without a sense of where to go. The heady days of the 1990s, where we thought we had all these wonderful agreements, international agreements that were going to propel us into a new civilization, into a new world order, have long become distant memories. And these realities can be challenging and disheartening, to be sure, but they also offer us, as members of civil society and of faith groups, unique opportunities for progress. Members of my own organization, the Baha'i International Community, have already seen a pronounced receptivity to, and even a hunger for, more bold and creative ideas for profound transformation, for more fundamental questioning of the assumptions and premises on which the modern world is built. As people's faith in the global order as it stands today are shaken, they are increasingly seeking a compelling vision for the future. Religion has the power to lift one's gaze from the rocky path before us to the distant horizon, to promise the sun through those clouds that Peter mentioned. And as faith actors, we need to think about what this looks like in practice. And what does it look like for us in particular? Those of us gathered here today, as well as millions more people of faith around the world, are particularly attuned to one basic truth, namely that humanity's existence is governed not only by physical forces, but also by social and moral laws of cause and effect. Greed is inherently corrosive to the common good, no matter how artfully justified or concealed. Acts of selfless compassion invariably hold the power to motivate and inspire, no matter how seemingly simple or isolated. From this perspective, the resolution of any particular problem, whether climate crisis or interstate warfare or gender inequality, growing levels of distrust or fracturing systems of governance, cannot be a matter of mere technical adjustment alone. It must also involve communities and societies learning to align themselves with higher principles. This is a vital role that faith actors can and must help facilitate. Because the themes I've shared are abstract, I'm going to share a concrete example of how this was put in place. It's a story that draws from the field of development to illustrate why ethical, moral, and spiritual values are indispensable to the authentic advancement and progress. In the realm of global governance as much as any other, the story revolves around a development organization devoted to the advancement of lower caste women in rural India. The organization was inspired by the Baha'i faith, but initially offered a collection of services that might be described as relatively conventional in development circles. The services included arts and handicrafts training, instruction in environmental and agricultural skills, literacy and numeracy education, and technical training in things like solar-powered cooking and food dehydration. The skills that participants gained were undeniably helpful. But when the participants returned to their home villages, an unforeseen tendency emerged. Organization noticed that the skills that they had returned with fomented competition, disagreements, hard feelings over who had access to what skills and new technologies, whose handicrafts were more or less sophisticated, who was more or less confident in their reading or arithmetic. Now, this was not the intended outcome. What the organization learned was that training offered through a skills-only approach proved prone to inadvertently fostering resentment, division, and assumptions of superiority. Instead of solidarity, inclusion, cohesion, and a capacity to earn a better living. Realizing this, the organizers adjusted the program to augment technical and academic training with an exploration of spiritual and moral principles. For example, that truthfulness is a vital foundation for healthy social interaction, that collective prosperity must be advanced through justice and generosity, collaboration and mutual assistance, that prejudice of any kind blights the progress of humankind. Such principles are not just nice extras, nor are they relevant only to people of faith or members of religious congregations. Rather, these are building blocks of a stable social order, vital prerequisites that allow for collective movement toward the betterment of all, and not merely the betterment of some at the expense of others. These, from my perspective, are key contributions that faith actors can make to the vitally important work of global governance. And I look forward to our discussions.
Thank you so much, Bonnie. In the interest of time, because we want to be able to conclude our entire program timely, and we want everyone to be available for the last panel. So in any event, if we could now circle back to our speakers for their conclusory remarks, 3 minutes each, please. Thank you. So we will begin our conclusory remarks with Ganoon Diop. Ganoon, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much. One of the reasons why I chose to speak briefly about Africa is just consider the following. The country of Niger, and I will just take maybe two examples for the sake of time. Niger is the third world producer of uranium. The third world producer of uranium. And uranium is used, of course, for many reasons, but among other, electricity. And Niger has 85% of its own population without electricity. So that is just scandalous, actually. So that's why I say we can continue talking about human rights, and I know that that the UN is committed to changing this kind of situation, but still it is still unabated. You know, it continues. Let's take the DRC Congo, especially the Katanga region. This is like a miracle of nature in terms of rare minerals, but at the same time it is one of the poorest country of the world. It is inadmissible. So this is why I say if there is economic justice, then these kind of things would not exist. So, but more fundamentally, I think what is at stake here behind is human greed, basically the relinquishing of one's human solidarity. This is extremely important, and this symposium, it is interesting in the 11 years. If we ask ourselves what kind of future do we want, we can take every title of each symposium and say dignity, and say peace, for example, say economic justice. But what does it mean to be really a human being? To feel that we have solidarity. And I would like to just express my gratitude here, because in May, I spent 8 weeks at the hospital, and there are nurses that I didn't know, I mean, etc., etc. They took care of me. I had a myocarditis, an inflammation of the heart muscle. 8 weeks at the hospital. And by the way, yesterday, the day before yesterday, I was there at Johns Hopkins, and they didn't find any trace of myocarditis anymore. So I am just grateful. And there are people there who just express their human solidarity, taking care of me when I was very vulnerable. And anyway, thank to humanity and what we are able to do together. And may it continue, and so that we can heal our societies, heal ourselves. And Africa also, as I was mentioning, being healed of all these abuses, you know, from extraction, exploitation, etc., etc. So thank you so very much. Let me stop here.
Thank you so much, Ganoon. So now we'll hear from Ishan Shah. Ishan, you have, we will, in the interest of time, if you could keep your presentation, your conclusory remarks to 1 minute, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have three quick closing remarks to share. The first is, let's allow ourselves for more spaces for dialogue, just like this space, but let's sustain it throughout the year, and not just here in New York, but let's bring these dialogues back to our communities and back to our faith groups at a grassroots level. Let's allow ourselves to sit in discomfort together, to learn from each other, and subsequently grow together. I think that's really important. So the first point I would like to raise is, let's continue this dialogue. Multicultural, multi-faith, interfaith dialogue is really important. The second is, let's encourage more faith leaders to be more vocal about rights, about justice, and about equality. We need more leaders who are demonstrating outwardly that actually religion, faith, and spirituality do not contradict with human rights. In fact, they're vehicles for transformative progress. They're vehicles to defend human rights. And most importantly, you know, we need to leverage religion and faith to push forward progress together as an international community. And the third is, just as you've done here today and invited a young person into the space, let's invite more young people. Let's invite more young people to listen, to learn, but most importantly, allow them to have the space to lead, and importantly, to ask questions, to feel like they're in a safe space, to challenge their own views, to challenge your views even, because at the end of the day, intergenerational partnership, particularly in the context of leveraging religion and faith, is so important. And yes, I'll conclude there. So let's dialogue, let's encourage more faith leaders to lead, and let's have more young people in these spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ishan. And now, Ms. Dougal, you have 1 minute for your
Thank you so
concluding
much.
remarks.
Thank you. Rio Hada said human rights and faith are not opposing forces. We need to work together. And I can't agree more. Ganun asked us if this is just another webinar and what difference can we as faith leaders make this year. And Ishan has reminded us of the role of youth and young people. And certainly we need to involve young people in all of our discussions. But faith leaders must work as such. Our role is to inspire, our role is to remind, our role is to hold the mirror up. We are neither politicians, we are not technocrats, and we are not business people. And sometimes I feel like faith leaders forget their real role. The purpose of religion is to unite. If religion in itself becomes a cause for discord and disunity, it's better not to have that religion. So I think there's a lot that faith leaders can do, inspiring individuals, inspiring communities, inspiring the institutions, which are the three components of any society. And we have to learn to work with the young and old and everybody to build strong, resilient, and prosperous societies, and hold the mirror up to those that need to rethink what they've done in the past. And perhaps if there were those wrongs that were committed by religious actors or politicians or whomever else, it's really time to clean up our act, or else we're just going down the tubes very fast. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bonnie. So I would like to express my deepest appreciation to our panelists for sharing your insights on how religions and faith organizations really do and can contribute to the development of a more balanced and inclusive global policies, and why their participation and full engagement are so important. So today's discussion has been a rich pool of wisdom, knowledge, and experience shared with our international community, and I'm very grateful for your participation. And we thank you all for joining us on this discussion, and we look forward to hearing the insights and perspectives from the upcoming panels. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much to our first panelists. We're going to transition to the second, but while we do that, Peter, wasn't that a good one? Wasn't that interesting?
I was very struck by how complementary. I was very struck by how complementary and mutually reinforcing the interventions were. And if I combine some of those things, what I would say is that several of the panelists, all in different ways, reflected upon the fact that there are core, common commitments that are fundamental to the United Nations, to the multilateral system, but also to faith communities.
Precisely.
This principle of common humanity, of shared responsibility, and of collective action. And that, I think, is the key takeaway that all of the speakers highlighted, but also the threat to those principles in the international or the intergovernmental space right now.
Right.
That those very principles are undermined. And that brings me to what I think can be and should be the key role of the faith communities at this point, is to draw on their own wellsprings that support these principles in support, yes, of the United Nations, but more importantly, of the underlying principle of multilateral cooperation and the necessity of multilateral cooperation in our current global context.
I could not have said it better myself, Peter. I agree completely with that. And I think there's so many nuggets that we can pull on and continue to take the conversation forward.
And I have to say, I also liked, and I want to mention Ganun's recognition of the need to rehumanize our relations internationally, and to resist the drift towards or the return to a more explicitly exploitative and greed-driven model, And as Barney said, greed is inherently corrosive of the common good.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. So I'm thinking about religion as a vehicle for rights. I think someone should put that on a sweatshirt or on a t-shirt, a coffee cup. I'm looking to see if our second panel is ready. Thank you for those insights, Peter. And let's move on to the second panel, Revitalizing Commitments to the Beijing Platform for Action, moderated by Dr. Thorsten Goebel.
Thank you very much, Kiki and Peter. I would be tempted to go into lecture mode, but I'll spare you that and not give a co-presentation by way of introduction to this panel. The future is upon us is the title of this symposium. And to discern the future, it's sometimes good to take a look back into history. And I want to take you back 30 years. 30 years ago, UN member states adopted the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. And that Platform for Action even has a specific section in Chapter 2 on the role of religion. And what Kiki mentioned in her introductory remarks all too often, that mention of faith actors and their relevance is forgotten. There it is very explicit, but it is very specifically focusing on freedom of religion and belief in particular, and the role of religion therefore. 25 years ago, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. And also 25 years ago, I was still young and an exchange student at the Graduate Institute for International Studies in Geneva, and first confronted with feminist approaches in international relations theory. And I must admit, I found that quite abstract and detached at the time. And that was probably because a lot of it remained very much at a conceptual and rhetorical level at the time. Only later in my work that I'd done then within the church and within various NGOs, I understood a lot more the real life relevance of this feminist approaches when applied to situations, in particular of peace and security and of women and girls in violent conflicts. And therefore, I think it's very apt that the Thursdays in Black initiative has been mentioned at the start of our meeting today. Conflicts continue to exacerbate violence against women and girls. The wars in the Middle East, Sudan, Ukraine, have escalated the threats, have increased risks of SGBV, and in addition to that, women continue to remain underrepresented in peace processes, and gender perspectives, I'd say, rarely integrated into peace negotiations. So therefore, we want to take a closer look today in this panel into the link between gender equality and peace, building on the Pact for the Future, but also looking towards genuine and sustained commitments for women's rights and security, which are, as Nyarazay has very rightly mentioned in her introduction, not an ideology, but a profound value. And to do that, I'm honored to have 4 panelists with me, 2 in person and 2 online. They all have very impressive CVs, which you can, or I may even say intimidating, but which you can find online in your chat boxes, and those of you here in the room in New York under the QR codes on the wall. So I will not go into that, but we'll start off here in a conversation with Ms. Leila Sharafi, Chief of Gender, Human Rights and Inclusion at the UN Population Fund, UNFPA, and Ms. Ivy Cook, representative to the United Nations of Soka Gakkai International. All right, without further ado, Leila, we've talked about the Beijing Declaration Platform for Action, turn 30 and 25 respectively. What would you see as the major achievements on the one hand of those 2 frameworks when it comes to the intersection between gender and peace and security, but also maybe a maximum of 3 challenges that you see that we still need to tackle despite those frameworks in the whole discussion on peace and gender equality? What would you see?
I don't know if this is working.
I think it's mainly working for purposes of interpretation in the
Okay, can you hear me?
room.
Yeah? No?
Speak up as best as you can.
No, it's not working. Yes, it is working. Wonderful. Okay, fantastic. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. Thank you to the host. This annual symposium is such an important moment, particularly now as we see such fractures and such challenges in our world. And the question of gender equality is really relevant and important. You would have heard from Niradzai a very impassioned description of how important this is as a principle, but as an important, very real cause of a lot of suffering that women and girls around the world face now. So to your question, I think it's very hard to only speak of peace and gender equality without zooming out a little bit and talking about the broader achievements and challenges with regards to where we are. Okay. Shall I use this? Okay. Okay. Yes. Is that better? Is that better? No? I have to project. Okay. All right. So I want to talk a little bit about where we are 30 years on after the Beijing Platform for Action. In UNFPA, we also regard the International Conference on Population and Development as a very important framework that governments came together and signed on to, which was a year before the Beijing Platform for Action, but was really a very progressive blueprint for how we look at human rights, women's rights, health, etc. So 30 years on, I think we have to celebrate the progress, right? There are certainly achievements 3 decades on. Maternal mortality has been halved, which is incredible. We have more women accessing health services, including sexual and reproductive health services. We have many, many more laws that are addressing violence against women and girls. There's more awareness. There's more services for gender-based violence. Adolescent girls and girls in general are in school more than ever. They're going on to secondary school, which is a success because they'd stay in primary but then not go on to secondary. So, I mean, I think the list is quite good in terms of achievements. That said, you wanted to talk about 3 challenges. I may talk about a little bit more, but you'll forgive me. I think it's really important that we look at the big picture. So I've jotted down some numbers because I think numbers resonate and people tend to remember numbers. Of course, behind the numbers are people and behind the statistics are people. But I just want to say that at the current rate, to bring it to an economic sense, 130 years will need to wait before we eradicate extreme poverty for women and girls. The gender gap labor force participation has not changed in 20 years. And I talked about halving maternal mortality, but the unfortunate truth is in 10 years, we haven't seen that number change at all. So it's stagnated. So what's going on? 800 women still die a day during childbirth or pregnancy-related causes. Every 10 minutes, a woman is killed by an intimate partner or someone in her family. So, I mean, this is unconscionable. How is this still happening in this day and age? And the truth is there's disparities, right? So more than a third of that maternal mortality is happening in 48 conflict-affected and fragile contexts. So to bring it back to the peace element, right? There's now on top of that, layered on top of that is massive pushback and restrictions on the advances that we've already made. And we're seeing that happen. In Gambia last year, there was a threat to reverse the bill that was banning FGM, female genital mutilation. It didn't happen. But these gains are very fragile. We see these kinds of things being put forth in different legislatures around child marriage, laws that exist but potentially push back. And then just to cite maybe one more thing about the peace and the gender element. So despite strong evidence that women's participation in peace processes impacts positively on the outcomes, The norm is that women still are excluded, as you said, from those processes. And a lot of this data that I'm citing is coming from either the ICPD report or the Beijing report, which is the SG's report that was just released a couple of months ago. So I think, you cannot detach the reality, the broader reality of discrimination and violence that women and girls face and the situation around peace. So I will say before I hand back to you, military spending expenditures have doubled since 1995, 2.44 trillion a year. And there is a definite causality between increasing military spending and the lives of women and girls and the insecurity that they face globally. So I think and most of you probably, this isn't news to you, but I think worth reiterating that this is the landscape that we're living in. That's why the challenges are enormous.
Thank you very much. Ivy, you've heard the assessment of Leila. If we look a bit deeper at what has been mentioned also at the end, the de facto continuing exclusion of women and girls from peace processes and what it does to the situation. Where would you see the levers? Are there particular levers in a situation that we're seeing globally, where often military means Trump dialogue, or where even the mere mention of gender has become contentious, where a representation of women and girls in peace processes could be strengthened? Where would you see them in your from your experience?
So, I mean, I am not an expert on the women, peace, and security agenda, and I'm not going to try to pretend that I know exactly what happens as far as engaging women and girls in peace processes, per se. But I really want to bring a concept that I believe in truly, is localizing the agenda. And actually, because I was actually wanting to also talk about the challenges a little bit as well, and, the opportunities is, if we can translate the UN agenda locally to our communities, I think there's you had said levers, maybe that is one of them, that we need to raise awareness a lot more at the community and local level about things like the 1325 that has been around for 25 years. But in the last 10 years, there's been quite a bit of stagnation as far as how many countries are developing national action plans. And I think also that so the bridging, and faith actors being a part of, just naturally introducing these topics. I was happy to hear, the culture of peace already mentioned today by your panel. I forget his name, Mr. Hada, I think. And I believe that, there is a program of action on the culture of peace that was adopted. It was a General Assembly resolution. So member states did agree to that the year before 1325 was adopted at the Security Council. So to me, I think we should link that much better because that speaks to people. I think culture of peace, it's actionable. It's something we do like every day. If we're not thinking peace, acting peace, if we're not resolving conflict in our own families, like in a non-violent way, do you think that we're going to bring, how we behave at work and at home, usually somewhere, right, translates. So I think that it's something that we can all be a part of, and I think all those drops, in the lake or sea, will definitely, the ripple effect will translate, to nations. And again, specifically since this forum, this symposium is focusing on faith actors and our role, I would like to come back to that because for me, that's what resonates most. It's not so much, I mean, I can go into the advocacy and all that we do, UN processes and the importance of that. But our strength is that we can then translate that, on the ground, so that we can truly build like a movement, right? A movement of peace. So I know I hope it answered something.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's an interesting building block, and I wanted to pose a bit the same question also, or allow you also to engage in a conversation. I think that's really what we want to have here. Also on that question, where do you see the entry points? Where do you see the levers from your perspective? You've mentioned military spending as one. Are there others that you see, and also maybe to deepen as a second part of your intervention, to deepen a bit that question or that point that Ivy raised on how collaborations and partnerships between various stakeholders, including faith actors, can help to advance gender justice very broadly, but also potentially in peace process in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe just on the women, peace, and security element and some of the levers there, I think we have national action plans on Security Council Resolution 1325 in 111 countries. That's a huge achievement in and of itself. They're underfunded. Women tend to participate in the periphery, not in the main decision-making spaces, et cetera. But I think that's a huge, let's say, mobilization effort by civil society, by governments, and different actors on the ground. So that's an important thing to leverage. I think just in terms of, and you touched on it, Ivy, the stakeholders and the civil society, and that can include the faith-based actors, we're starting to recognize in the UN that and there's evidence that actually shows with regards to violence against women, when there's a robust, healthy civil society and women's rights movement in a country or a community, there is direct evidence that shows that women and girls are safer. Because when women and girls face violence and they have community-based organizations who provide services for them and keep them safe and their children safe, it just makes sense, right? So I think one important lever is funding and supporting. And Ivy, you talked about the localization, and the UN is really, since the Grand Bargain with regards to the humanitarian space, is really recognizing that it's the local actors, whether it's local government, municipalities, et cetera, but local civil society that really, and at the grassroots level, that need to be funded, that need to be supported, that the UN can bring together with government face to face. And I'll just say one last thing. One thing that we are trying to apply that we've learned from our sisters in the civil society space is the concept of feminist funding principles. And feminist funding principles basically means that, funders, whatever that may look like, or whoever that may be, private sector, government, other donors, think about funding civil society from a long-term, multi-year, core, and flexible perspective. So these one-year grants are really untenable. So I think an important lever is just investing in the local communities and local organizations. And that includes, of course, very strong collaboration with faith-based actors.
Thank you. Yes, that very much resonates with me as one of my colleagues from Sostina Takure from our members in Zimbabwe. I used to say, "Fund us like you want us to win." So I think that is a good principle in this case, and trying to summarize that. Ivy, where do you see the possible mechanics or inroads for collaborations and partnerships strengthened across the sectors, but also maybe also from a perspective of a faith-based organization and a kind of outsider's perspective to the UN system as such? Where do you think UN processes can help build trust among member states to realize what has been mentioned earlier by Mr. Hada from OHCHR of building this new social contract? Also, that would allow us to build more of this this trust between member states, also in the area of gender justice and women, peace and security.
So, I mean, so building trust, I mean, it seems like it's come up quite a bit today, and Ishan brought it up. And as a young person mentioning that, I hear him loud and clear. And I think intergenerationally, we need to do that. So even among member states, all stakeholders, I mean, I think we should be doing that across, up and down, any way we can. But I think that as long as, well, a space like the United Nations is precious because it's a space for dialogue, and we know that nation states, member states, each have a voice, regardless of the size of the country, and I think that preserving that space and enabling us to have these really honest conversations. It was kind of brought up by Ishan again, that we also have some hard conversations among ourselves. I really believe that that energy of us going there, going where we don't want to go, actually would affect some change in some, there's some movement. I think even like the grayness of today has a kind of a sombering effect on our mood, just naturally speaking. So I mean, we're people of faith. I think not to be voodoo or something so that there's just something there in that energy, and that we need to be, again, I have to bring it back to the person. We have to be doing it ourselves if we expect it at the state level, at the UN level, where at the end of the day, it's all composed of human beings. So I just, and there's one thing I have to share, this one quote, because it so speaks to this part. But it's about nuclear weapons. So I mean, for SGI, this is big because this is the foundation of why we started our work at the United Nations, is that we don't need nuclear weapons, absolutely not. And this quote is that the real enemy, and this is from the late SGI president, the real enemy that we must confront is the ways of thinking that justify nuclear weapons, the readiness to annihilate others when they are seen as a threat or as a hindrance to the realization of our objectives. So I think that kill the will to kill. There's something like this saying. It's not so much the weapons itself, right? It's wanting to, yeah. I just want to bring that back to that again.
Okay, I'm getting signals there that this microphone seems to have an issue, so we'll stick with one, with this one from now. Thanks, Marcelo, for that. One last question for this part of the section before we also bring in our two colleagues online would be, Leila, you spoke about national action plans as one possibility for how UN processes can help make advantage or advances in this area. The Pact for the Future that we're also referencing in this symposium speaks of a revitalization process, also of the Commission of Status of Women within its commitments. Where do you see the institutional openings in the current global geopolitical context, where multilateralism is being questioned? Do you see that as an opening, a possibility to advance this agenda, or what's your assessment of the current state of play?
Current state of play is so complicated. I think in the last few months has gotten even more complicated as we see the international aid infrastructure being really just brought to its knees in terms of funding, in terms of political support. I think, the Pact of the Future really, last September brought together 4,000 individuals from government, heads of state, civil society, experts to the UN, and a document was passed by consensus, which I think that word consensus right now is gold, because in a fractured world where divisions are seemingly more important than being together and coming together and finding common ground, we can't take that for granted. So that consensus-based Pact for the Future document, I think, is so important. Of course, it's not going to be the end-all be-all, but it is a signal that multilateralism is still alive. The Commission on the Status of Women's Political Declaration, which Niaradze may have spoken to, which was just passed last month, was still passed by consensus. So the Bureau of the Commission members, which is not all the member states of the UN, but a good number of them, still managed to pass a document based on consensus. Now, would I have hoped that it was including more issues than it had? Of course, including around sexual and reproductive health and rights. But it talked about gender equality. We still kept the language of gender in there. We still kept the important topics of violence against women in that document. So, building bridges, finding common ground, and the consensus-based spirit of the UN is still there. So I think we have to continue to stand firm, not back down, and that's certainly, as the UN, that's what we're really going to do. Our Secretary General said we won't compromise on our principles. We still use the UN Charter as our North Star. So I think as the UN, though, we are really now looking closely at ourselves and thinking, asking the hard questions. Ivy, as you said, what more can we do, and how are we fit for purpose in this new era? So there are lots of conversations. You would have heard the Secretary General talk about UN 80, which is a reform process that's underway. How do we be more agile? How do we keep our doors more open? How are we more flexible to all kinds of stakeholders? So I think change is coming, but I hope that we don't lose faith in multilateralism and the UN system. I think the UN continues to be the only body in the world that will hold up human rights in the way that it needs to be, and has an extremely powerful convening power. And I think that's what we want to try to channel as we go forward. It's not so much the programs, it's not so much the advice that we give to governments. It is all of that. But at the end of the day, it's the credibility that the UN brings and the convening power. And I do hope that that's something we will continue to do even better as we go forward. I do have to say, because my colleague sent me a number, and I would be remiss not to say it, but the data from our latest UNFPA country office reports, and we work in 150 countries around the world, is that we work with 106 faith-based organizations in our country programs. So that's the latest data, and I'm sure that's an underestimate, but I thought I'd just mention that.
Thank you very much. We'll pause this conversation here in the room for now and bring in additional colleagues. The first one whom I would invite is Anas Badawi from Syria, a cultural and public diplomacy master student and a member of the network of religious and traditional peacemakers. And I see him on the screen. Anas, very good to see you. Great pleasure to have you here in this conversation. Anas, you are, as I said, also working with youth-led initiatives, in particular in Syria. How would you see the possibilities of such initiatives to contribute to revitalizing the commitments to gender equality and peace? And what would you see as the particular value add in that of faith actors to strengthen such processes?
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. Let's start with that young people today represent over 1.2 billion globally, more than 60% of the world's population, and the vast majority live in the global south. So their role is absolutely, statistically speaking, they are not marginal. It's the central to shaping the future of peace and equality. They are, I would say, from local perspective, from local societies, they are crucial drivers. They are deeply connected to their communities. They understand the local complexities, and they are the safeguards of injustice, even in the most difficult circumstances. These movements bring innovation, agility, and credibility. And they challenge the societal norms, foster local ownership of global agendas, and create inclusive spaces for dialogue. So to ensure these efforts contribute meaningfully to global progress, three things are essential: recognition, integration, and sustained support. And yet, less than 1% only of global peace building funding reach youth-led initiatives. Youth-led movements must be recognized not as informal actors, but as strategic partners in peace and gender ecosystem. Their perspectives should inform international frameworks, not follow them. Regarding the faith actors, I would say faith actors, when they are genuinely engaged, can actually play like a really powerful complementary role. In many communities, especially where I come from, for instance, they still hold religious actors, the faith actors still hold like deep moral authority and shape the values people live by, and that influence matters. So I would say in a time of global uncertainty and backlash, strengthening this alliance between among young people, civil society, youth-led initiatives, international institutions, and faith leaders is not just a good practice, it's a strategic imperative for peace building and gender justice.
We also have with us Nkechika Ibe, who is, among many other things, also the chair of the Women in Security, Peace and Diplomacy Network, WISPAD. Nkechika, we're always meandering a bit in between those levels of what can be done and needs to be done at the local and national level to strengthen the engagement, already in the first part here of the conversation, but also in what Anas has just shared, and then which linkage or which implications would it have for the global level. So what would you see or how also in your perspective of someone leading both a grassroots organization and a regional network like WISPAD, how, in your opinion, should the Pact for the Future and other global frameworks evolve to be more responsive to those realities on the ground of women leaders and young leaders in organizations in the global south?
Thank you so much. I'm very pleased, and it's an honor to be here today. Standing on existing protocol, I will say that the first thing I'm going to say is that as a build-up to the Summit of the Future, we participated in engagements that shaped what we call today the Pact of the Future, right? And the Summit of the Future had 6 thematic areas or focus areas, but my interest is on the international peace and security and transforming global governance. And it is very good to note that currently at the global level, at all levels, we are facing unprecedented threats to peace and security. And at the receiving end is the women. And that is why it is always very important to have women-led organizations at the grassroots level. Now, how can the Pact of the Future and all of the global framework that we already have evolve to be more responsive? There are 3 ways that I will point out. The first is inclusive governance and representation. The second is direct engagement and dialogue. And the last is funding and accountability. Now, I'm going to unpack these 3 things. Under the inclusive governance and representation, this might sound cliche, but there is still need to promote women's leadership, especially from where I come from, sub-Saharan Africa. We just have like 27% of women in political leaders, right? Although we are very excited, still celebrating the Namibian, what happened in Namibia. We have Madam Netumbo Nandi as the current president, and also a female vice president. That's awesome. That's what we've been celebrating. But it's not enough. So there is need for an inclusive, for more women in leadership positions to enable to integrate their voices and their perspective in decision-making processes. And this is not just a case of bringing women into the table, or maybe just leaving out 4 or 5 tables or seats and say women should sit down. We are speaking about meaningful participation, meaningful engagement, meaningful roles. It's not just the table and then they take pictures and say we have women, there is gender equality. No, we are advocating for meaningful participation of these women. The second is strengthening partnership with women-led grassroots organizations. I loved when I remember her name, the first speaker was talking about the UN finding the importance of, partnering with grassroots organizations. Please, this is highly important, timely, relevant, and in high demand. There is need for that partnership, because in partnering with grassroots organizations, for example, like Whisper, you will leverage their expertise and their capacity and understanding and knowledge of issues on the ground to develop frameworks or implementations or interventions or whatever we can call it that will actually be relevant to the communities that they serve. And then on the area of funding and accountability, I would say that we must be very conscious, one, of promoting gender equality, because there is need to be conscious in funding initiatives that are targeted in empowering women and girls. Because in recent years, there is a growing level of anti-gender movements. It is growing sporadically, and we cannot, for us to match toe to toe with this, kind of narratives that are out there, there needs to be funding that is pushed to support women on ground, to counter these narratives, to educate, to reinforce the importance of gender equality. Also, there is need, this is very critical, and I am pointing this out because I'm trying to, over the years, I have tried to find out if there could be monitoring and evaluation, and all of that, but there needs to be, we need to develop an accountability mechanism, a framework that is needed to track the progress and impact of, frameworks like the Pact of the Future and all other Beijing Declaration and the rest of them. Now, if you go through the Pact of the Future as a document, it has over 56 action items, right? Of all the action items, it started with the word, we will do this, we will do that. That, for me, I call it a political statement. Of course, it is developed by consensus by heads of government. When campaign, they will come and say, we will build this, we will do that. We need to, how do we move from we will to we have, or we are doing something? There needs to be a framework that accesses and also helps to hold them accountable for what they have committed to do, to ensure that they are doing exactly what they have committed to do. By developing this accountability framework, we are ensuring that parties to this Pact for the Future, and all the parties involved are committed to doing exactly everything that they want to do. And lastly, but most importantly, very importantly, is focusing on local solutions. Conflict is local. Conflict breeds locally. And so to solve conflict, we must also look for local solutions. And one of the ways we can do that is by ensuring that there is funding of grassroots initiatives that are targeted in empowering women, but also recognizing the capacity of these grassroots-led organizations or networks or association or movement, recognizing their capacity to address these local challenges. I think that is where the problem is. Sometimes it feels like because we don't have all the, stuffs, big structures or something, it falls short. But I think recognizing their capacity and funding them and supporting this initiative is key to driving or ensuring that the Pact of the Future and all other global frameworks are responsive to the grassroots. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nkechika. I think the 3 points you made around inclusive governance and representation, direct engagement, dialogue, and funding and accountability, they very much overlap with what Anas has mentioned earlier in terms of recognition, integration, and sustained support. So I'm very very happy to see this overlap here that in approaches, and I think also the point you made around ensuring commitments are being implemented, from we will to the we have, is quite important. Or as the great American philosopher Elvis Presley once said, a little less conversation, a little more action, please. Before opening this up to a conversation between the four of you, also, I would like to really also bring in a couple of perspectives from the audience. I've seen that the chat box has been going wild, and I would ask that our colleague Simon Chambers is being brought on screen, who is monitoring the chat all the time. And Simon, are there a few, maybe one or two themes or poignant questions that you would like to bring here for our conversation?
Yes, thank you very much, Torsten. There have been a number of questions that have come in the Q&A and a lot of great points in the chat. I'm going to start with one question for some of our newer viewers because it came up in both the chat and the Q&A, which is Kenya, who's here for the first time, is asking if we can define the term faith actors. Is this faith leaders or anybody who has a faith that wants to make a difference globally? So just that technical question to help people to understand. There have been a number of comments and questions asking about how the people in the grassroots can be involved, how we can make sure that action is possible, that it's not just rhetoric, and that we're able to move forward, whether it's questions about how do we overcome the specific problems of male dominance, violence against women, parents forcing teenage girls into early marriage, or talking about UN documents that often end up on shelves. So how do we make sure the Pact for the Future actually becomes current and is implemented in meaningful ways? There's a lot of questions about how do we bring this concretely into action at the grassroots level and also at the international level, and what is the role of faith actors in that? And finally, there's a question about peace building and the impact on women and girls, talking about the data that is available, in particular about the impact on women and children in Russia and Ukraine, or in the war in Palestine, and asking if we have any data on the impact of the wars in Africa on women and girls in DRC, Mozambique, Sudan, etc., that can help faith actors to respond appropriately.
Thank you very much. I think that's a good overview. In the time allotted to us, it will not be possible to deal with all of that. So that's why I would say I would really ask the colleagues here around the table to come back on that question of how can the commitments be put really concretely into action, building effective coordination and solidarity. And coming back also to the title of the symposium, amplifying the role of faith and civil society actors in multilateral solutions. What would that mean concretely with regard to peace and gender equality? Where would you see possibilities to put that concretely into action? I'll give every one of you again a possibility to react to that, and we'll then wrap up. And I would ask Anas to start us off.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll go back to the question, like I read the question multiple times in the Q&A and the chat box about how to amplify the voices, how grassroots movement should be, could be more engaged. I would say it's not only from the side of the local perspective or the grassroots movements. I believe they truly have the will to engage more. However, from my perspective, effective coordination and solidarity aren't built through only frameworks. They are built through relationships. So we need to reimagine the coordination as a process of trust building across different levels of power, experience, and languages, and so on. First, we need to create shared spaces where global actors and grassroots leaders can engage in continuous dialogue, not just event-based participation. And that means designing processes that include local actors from outset, not just consultation, but planning, implementation, and accountability or evaluation. Second, we must adapt a network-based approach. Instead of isolated partnerships, we need collaborative ecosystems that connect civil society, faith leaders, governments, international institutions, all together, all working from a place of shared purpose rather than rigid hierarchy. Third, solidarity must rooted in reciprocity. So local actors bring deep cultural insights and social legitimacy. On the other hand, global actors bring resources and visibility. Effective coordination happens when these are exchanged with mutual respect, not imposed top-down. And lastly, I would say we must embrace political humility. Global agendas cannot succeed unless they are shaped by those living in reality. That means listening more, funding more sustainability, and recognizing that coordination isn't just technical, it's deeply relational. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Anas, for these elements and the focus, especially as I've heard it, on trust building and meaningful participation, as has also been mentioned by Gechika earlier. Leila, where would you see the points for really improving further action, putting representation of faith actors and women in particular in peace processes into action?
I mean, I think Anas said it very well. It's really just thinking more across horizontally, network based rather than siloed partnerships. I don't know how you actualize that, but I think that stratospheric across approach is going to be critical. I think dialogue will be key. There are a lot of feminists who are deeply aware and are using faith in a way to build bridges and explain and showcase how religion and faith do have the values and commonality and common ground with a lot of the UN principles. I think we also need to have humility as as actors in all of our respective spaces to think in a more open-minded way, and that includes the UN. That includes the way we approach all kinds of stakeholders, including those who are faith-based. I think we have many tools in our toolboxes, including the human rights, international norms and standards, but it's not enough. And I think we need to be more open to that cross dialogue and that openness across various stakeholders, and that includes, in all spaces.
Thank you very much. Nkechika, where would you see the possibilities to amplify role of faith actors and especially women civil society actors in multilateral solutions?
Interestingly, that is the work that we do in WISPAD. So the WISPAD is a network-based approach to amplifying women, peace, and security. And it came in because we understand that it's not something that a single organization can afford to do. It's not something that one person can do. And so we need to build a coalition, a network that brings in diverse people from different fields, from the security, from the civil society, from the faith, from every angle to integrate voices, views, learn, grow, unlearn. So it is a network. And I agree with them when they said the network-based approach. And also, I believe that the faith-based actors can also comfortably work with civil society collaboratively in facilitating dialogues, in challenging harmful cultural norms, They can also work in promoting women's empowerment and all of that. So these are ways that we can integrate our efforts at the community or at the local level. We can also integrate our efforts in addressing violence against women. For instance, condemning it through their messages or through their platforms. Consciously condemning violence against women is also a way that we work side by side. The civil society and the faith-based work side by side in addressing these issues. Even in the area of peace, they can also work side by side with civil society in building trust and reconciliation. They can even act as early warning systems because they most times have this intel, they most times have this information, and escalating it to relevant authorities is very, very key. So there are numerous ways that we can integrate efforts, collaborate, and have as in build values that would transcend to our communities and our families and all of that. So I believe network-based approach and creating this, engagement is very important and key. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last but certainly not least, Ivy, what do you see the needs to promote both faith and rights-based values that we've spoken about to promote more of a culture of peace and gender justice?
Every time you ask me a question and I want to respond to what other speakers
I think that's more valuable then.
No. But because what just tagging off of what Nchike said and even Layla and Anas, everything. But I mean, I failed to share my other role is as my other hat. Is a co-chair of the NGO Committee on the Status of Women in New York, and we host, global civil society during the Commission on the Status of Women. It's the second largest convening at the United Nations. They said there were over 13,000 delegates this year. That just a few weeks ago it concluded, and I think that the committee, what I find, and the reason why I'm in the role, I think, is that SGI really values the networks, the committee. I know Bonnie's right in front of me, and she's one of the past chairs, so I know she feels strongly about it as well. We have to work together. I think there was mention about uniting, working together in solidarity. It is actually quite hard. I mean, even at the UN, I've been doing this, over a decade now, and I see a pattern of us, me. I mean, somehow we want it to be about, but it is about the collective, and I think that we have a larger, more impactful voice in the UN system when we are able to come together. And something like the CSW and the committee itself, it brings together people all through the spectrum on their views, their issues. That gender equality is not an easy topic. Gender justice is quite political. It could, as we know. And so I think that, and then
so within a faith sphere.
Yeah, in a faith.
Very clear.
Yeah, it's and it is often used. I mean that faith. I'm gonna say, but yeah. I mean, we are often seen as the problem. I mean, we are the ones that are holding back gender equality. That faith actors and religion is the cause of that. And we really have to keep challenging this narrative over and over. And that's why I value, we value the symposium as well. And advocacy all the way. And just one last really quick, because the committee has a working group on peace and gender equality. The Commission on the Status of Women has not addressed women and armed conflict, which is one of the 12 critical areas of the Beijing platform. For over 25 years. They have never addressed it. They say, we know we have 1325 Security Council. We feel that bringing that conversation back to CSW is only going to strengthen women, peace, and security. We really need, because it's a crucial need. I think the majority of events that happened this year, I think it's increasing over the years. It's all around this topic on women and how conflict and war and violence is impacting them. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. It would be complete hubris to try to summarize this conversation. It's a very rich and fascinating conversation. There's I'd like to only pick up on one thing that really struck me from what Anna said, that it is around creating and collaborating in shared spaces beyond event-based participation. And while we're here together in an event, I think the intention is really to continue and to deepen that conversation and that cooperation beyond here and today. So I really encourage this joint work in more shared spaces and that deepening of the collaboration and the conversation. And I would like to thank the panelists a lot, Nkechika, Ivy, Laila, Anas. Thanks a lot for making this a very rich and engaging discussion. Thanks.
Good job. Thank you very much. Fantastic panel, very wide-ranging conversation.
Indeed.
Kiki, what would you like to lift up, in addition to what Torsten just did?
I agree. It would be hubris to try to summarize, but what an excellent panel. And I do see some correlates between the conversation here on gender and some of the conversations earlier on the role and contribution of faith actors. You know, when we think about sort of these norms that we think of as UN norms, there's so many corollaries between principles of human dignity, equality, non-discrimination as they pertain to women and girls that also align with spirituality and various faith practices. And we heard that come through. I'm particularly struck by the opportunity to leverage the breadth and the reach of faith actors on the ground to advance what we're trying to do at the global and regional level in terms of localization, in terms of these networked approaches that are being talked about. I completely endorse the idea of bringing in young voices to listen, learn, and lead. I thought that was very powerful. And talking about the realities on the ground around sustained financing. Leila talked about feminist funding approaches. That's something that we are trying to push forward at UNFP, and I think it's absolutely essential because it gives actors the space to use those resources in the most meaningful, impactful, context-specific way without being hindered by reporting mechanisms and so on. So there's so much. I feel invigorated by this panel. There's so much more that we can do together, and I'm getting all of these wonderful ideas.
Splendid, splendid. So we're just setting up for the next panel, and we have two speakers here in person, and it's going to be moderated online by Professor Elisabetta Kitanovic, along with a couple of the other speakers, one of whom is going to be speaking in Spanish. And so we're just shifting the technical setup so that we will hear the English interpretation here in the room. But before we shift to that, I just want to say also one thing from the previous panel. I have to say I'm very grateful to Ivy for having lifted up the nuclear question. This is not extraneous to a gender focus. Those of you who were engaged in or might remember the humanitarian initiative that led to the mandate for and the drafting and the adoption of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the focus was to bring humanitarian issues to the table, not just strategic or military ones. And in that context, the gendered impact of exposure to ionizing radiation was very much front and center. So I'm grateful to Ivy for having lifted up this particular aspect. So Elisabetta, I see, is online. So she has responsibility for leading this panel. So over to you, Elisabetta.
Thank you, Peter. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It is my privilege to welcome you to this vital session on building peace in the midst of conflict. My name is Elisabetta Kitanovic-Bruce, and I'm honored to serve as a moderator for today's discussion. Big thanks to the organizational committee for inviting me to moderate this session, especially to Audrey, Ganun, Peter, and the others who have been very hardly working to prepare this symposium. As we navigate an era marked by complex and evolving conflicts, the imperative for sustainable peace building has never been greater. This session seeks to explore practical strategies, challenges, and opportunities in fostering dialogue, reconciliation, and resilience in conflict-affected contexts. We are joined by esteemed panelists who bring valuable expertise and experience to this discussion. My role today is to facilitate an engaging and constructive dialogue, ensuring that we examine both policy and practice in advancing peace and stability. I encourage all participants to contribute actively as we seek solutions that are both innovative and actionable. So I think that the biographies of the panelists are displayed. I would like to invite Ms. Rosalind Agbo. She is present in person, Chief of Peace Building Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs. Also, we have today Ms. Genie Nim. She will be present online. She will be speaking in Spanish from the World Council of Churches, Deputy Special Envoy to Peace Process in Colombia. Sister Dr. Macrina Fenley, she's also present online. She comes from Regenerate Singai, Iraq, United Religions Initiative. Mr. CEO of Islamic Relief US. We will start this session in the interview form. And the first question for Ms. Rosalind is, what are some of the biggest challenges you face in engaging governments and international financial institutions in sustaining peace?
I thank you very much, Elisabetta, for that question, and thank you to Peter for inviting us to be here today and to engage with all of you. It was really great listening to you as you started this session with Kiki with a lot of energy. As I was listening to you at 8:30 in the morning, I was like, I'm bumped up and ready. I'm not wearing black as you might have ordered, but I am representing with the blue UN, bringing the hope for millions and billions of citizens across the world who look up to us to live up to the calling of the UN Charter, which is really to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Just quoting directly from the UN Charter. And that's why I think it was great that the issue of nuclear weapons really came in, because isn't that why we were created in the first case, really, to stop us from descending into a third world war, which I must say that despite everything that might look very gloomy, we have averted at least a global third world war. But we have not stopped conflicts. Children are still dying in Gaza. Women are still running around helpless in DRC. Many young people are being affected in Sudan, South Sudan, and many other contexts. So peace is still elusive, but we have to keep working. If it was easy, somebody else would have done it. And that is why I think that is a hope that we have as we work at the UN. And so, Elisabetta, to your question, I think the challenges are many. And I think listening throughout the conversations, I heard many of you raise those challenges that we face. I'm just going to mention one. Lack of political will. The lack of political will to do what is right and really uphold the commitments that member states have made. Member states have made commitments on peace. There's numerous resolutions that you will find on sustaining peace. There are numerous resolutions that you will find on prevention of conflict. There is an entire pact for the future that outlines on what member states need to do to promote and sustain peace. And so political will is really what we lack. And I think for me, this is where the church, the faith-based organizations come in, really to be the moral compass that reminds all those who have made commitments that you have an obligation to abide by those commitments that you have made. And so that voice of reason that always comes from the faith-based organizations is one that we look up to and hope that working with citizens, that voice can remind the member states, can remind all of us as individuals of the need to abide by what we promised to do. By the resolutions that we have put out, by the commitments that we have put out, by engendering political will to deliver on all of them. Thank you.
Can you share a success story where UN partnerships have made a tangible impact in justice and peace building efforts?
Thank you. I think we have several examples. Let me pick the easiest one. And I say the easiest one because as a Kenyan, it's very easy to pick that one. Also because it's one in which I did see the role of the church. Did see the role of the business community, and I saw the role of citizens really in addressing that. If you might recall, I'm taking you very many years back to 2007, 2008, when the African Union, working together with the United Nations under the leadership of a panel of eminent persons from the continent, they worked to avert a crisis that would have been worse than it already had after 1,200 people had been killed following the post-election violence in the country. The UN played a key role in the background, which I think is really what I believe we do best when we are able to provide the technical support, which is what we did, because using the Peace Building Fund that had been established by that time, there were funds that were made available for the Kofi Annan panel to continue to do its work. We were able, as the United Nations, to bring in the technical capacity to mediate, to bring the electoral capacity to be able to show the Kenyan people that you are not going to be able to recount those ballots. You needed just to move on and agree to reconciliation rather than saying we're going to open the ballot papers because you couldn't, and they couldn't have determined for you who would be the winner. But I think it also helped with the reconciliation part, with the faith-based organizations playing really a very, very fundamental role, but also the business community playing a key role in ensuring that the reconciliation process was done. The United Nations continued to support the national reconciliation process, and through, again, the Peace Building Fund, but also different capacities that the United Nations had. I'm saying this to show that the UN can and has the various capacities that it can bring together. But again, going back to my theme, my first point, it took political will. It took political will from all the actors to recognize that they needed to come to the table and come up with a solution and avert more people being killed. Imagine if we were able to do this for Gaza. Imagine if we were able to do this for South Sudan. Imagine if we were able to do this for Myanmar, where we accept and agree that we've made mistakes, that we need to move forward, that we need to prioritize people, and that the United Nations needs to come in, not necessarily always as the one that is seen in the front, but the one that works behind the scenes, provides the capacities, provides the resources, and provides a convening platform for member states and actors and civil society to address the conflicts that they find themselves in. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. We are going to go to the next speaker, Ms. Jenny Nim. We are going to have a translation from Spanish into English. So, Jenny, a question for you. Many post-conflict societies struggle with reintegration. What strategies have been most effective in reintegrating ex-combats in Colombian society?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Elisabetta, for your moderation. I think the symposium is very important and very pertinent. It's very important to remember that in Colombia, we've been in conflict, in armed conflict for more than 70 years, and this has not been easy to address. There have been a lot of processes, of peace processes, of discussion processes, and it has always been a challenge for them to reintegrate in the social, in the civil society. I think it's important to combine different aspects here in Colombia. I think the 2016 final peace agreement with the guerrilla Las FARC was extremely important, and it combined access to justice, and it brought a new way to integration. It's not easy for an ex-combat to come back to civil life. That requires to rethink how to interact with the victims and how to go back to civil society. And that is why it was so important for the state to assure the legal conditions. A commission, a truth commission was created in order to recreate the truth of what was happening in the Colombian conflict. Not only the ex-combats were responsible for what they did, but also the state was responsible and it was held accountable for not creating the right living conditions and for not giving people the opportunities they deserved. And there was also a restorative component. It is fundamental to have a dialogue between the victims and the fighters, and it is important that we all have a shared vision of the future. These are elements that I had to mention, but I agree with the person who preceded me, and I think the achievements are very important, but when it comes to implementation, if there's no political will by the decision makers, it is very difficult to implement these measures.
Thank you so much, Jenny. And one more question to you. The Colombian peace process has been both progress and setbacks. What lessons can be learned from the successes and challenges?
I like it to be thought as of lessons learned instead of failures and achievements. I think when it comes to such a long conflict story, it's very hard to get to a common point. I think the dialogue is fundamental and not any kind of dialogue. I think this is a great lesson of how the parts in conflict have different conditions in order to create a dialogue. And we're not only talking about the government or about the leaders of the armed groups, but in general, we're talking about society and how this affects the society. We can talk about how we create multi-level dialogue processes. It's very important for decision makers to have dialogue spaces, but it's also very important for the victims to be heard and to have their voices heard and at the higher levels. I think it is also very important to mention that here in Colombia there are many agreements that were very important, such as the agricultural reform, such as the transitional justice and social reintegration. We have also shared new topics, but we always go back to the big challenge of lack of political will in order to implement these big agreements. And another challenge that we have is the inclusion of marginalized people, such as children, boys, girls, women. We think it's very important for them to participate in these dialogues. I think it's important for them not only to talk not only about their wounds, but also their ideas to improve the
Gracias, Jenny, for your input. We are going to turn to Sister Dr. Makrina Finley. She is representing Regenerate Single from Iraq, United Religions Initiative. And the question for her is, interfaith dialogue is core part of URE's work. How does religious cooperation contribute to peace and reconciliation in post-conflict societies? And how do you engage international actors in supporting grassroots peace efforts in Iraq? Over to you, Sister Makrina.
Thank you so much. I had actually asked if we could consider one of the other questions, which I would prefer to do, in large part because interfaith dialogue is very difficult in a situation of genocide where you're dealing with a persecuted minority who's been in that situation for centuries. And so I think that it would be much better if we could consider number 2 and 4, which are the ones that I've asked several times, because we're focusing on rebuilding communities. And the question was how to balance humanitarian aid with long-term peace initiatives. And that's something that I can speak to much better. And unfortunately here my answer is also we do it very imperfectly. You're trying to answer too many things at the same time. That's where all of us are. And I think it's very important to realize that you're never going to have the perfect answer or the perfect balance. One of the things that we have done, and this maybe can go a little bit into the other question, is to really try to go a little bit deeper and see what some of the underlying basic needs are. So you are constantly faced with emergencies on every single level, and those are important, and those are also always going to be there. In a situation like Shingal, one of the things that we've noticed, and it had really took years of talking with people in the community, and it's not something that's been focused on, is the absolute ecological catastrophe that exists there. What is happening right now, on the one hand, you have bombs flying, you have lack of access, you have 90% of the community in severe conditions, and that's only 25% of the original community. So it's a very difficult situation. But you also have a mountain that used to be able to retain water, that within the next 20, 30 years will not be able to do that. So trying to figure out what the balance is in between the basic needs of right now, and figuring out what long-term peace can look like. So we're trying to take something of a middle ground, and trying to take something that everybody ought to agree on. The earth, water, there are basic elements that you can bring a lot of parties together on, and sometimes it takes little things. So the little victories, I suppose, bringing people together on practical projects. So in a place like Shingal, where you have very, very limited access to construction equipment, being able to use the construction equipment from the Muslim neighbors, or not necessarily neighbors, but in Talefar, who are further away, but that's the next one that you have. That's bringing the community together, and it's trying to solve a number of issues all at the same time. So I think the answer that I can give maybe to both of those questions is that we're never going to find a perfect balance. And we also need to be looking for the efforts that are going to respond to more than one issue at the same time, and also to see what is being addressed by others, and then go to the efforts to put ourselves into the places that are not being addressed. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Sister Macrin, for your answer. And I'm glad that you chose among the questions, actually, which was the most suitable to the work, actually, that you do. And we are going to turn to the next speaker and to the CEO, Ahmed Siheda. The question for you is, what are some examples of how humanitarian assistance can help prevent conflicts from escalating, and how do you address concerns about aid politicization, especially in the conflict zones?
I'd like to thank the Planning Steering Committee for this gathering, and special thanks to my colleague, Christina Nahi, the Director of Public Affairs and Research. And this is just an amazing gathering, just to come during the hardship and the political environment that we all facing, to think together how to be part of the solutions, as Peter said it. And I like this approach that at certain point and very soon, inshallah, as we say in Arabic, the sun will appear. I think this is our responsibility as a faith-based organization, to prevent, if possible, to learn from the mistakes. As a faith-based organization, Islamic Relief has adopted the triple nexus approaches, just to make sure to prevent and to work with the local organizations and to help. Number one, the partnership. Number two, the programs. And the third approach is the advocacy. I'm going to start from the advocacy, and I think this is the most needed point for the time being, as my colleague just mentioned about the politicians and the decision makers here in America and where else. Number one, we need to communicate. We need to talk to them. We need to tell them that we are here to help. And we have been adopting that as a faith-based organization, not to the Muslim countries that we are working with, but non-Muslim countries as well. And one of the initiatives that we have been working on is the humanitarian diplomacy delegations. And it is not that easy to put together a delegation of Muslims, Jewish, Christian politicians to take them to places, but finally we finalized this one, and the first trip will take place to Sudan next month, the month of May. And the advocacy, and Christina can talk more than a bit better than me on this regard. Just we need to make sure that we are talking to the politicians and the decision makers from their own perspective. And I'm trying to be pragmatic on this regard. Sometime when we go and talk from the humanitarian perspective, for sure, we're going to clash with them. But we have to be pragmatic. And I remember my discussion last year after I became the CEO of the organization, even though I have been with the organization for 20 plus years, I approached the USAID just to tell them that the USAID needs organizations such as Islamic Relief to explain to them how to start implementing in many countries. If we're going to take the Muslim countries and the majority of the African countries, they were benefiting from the USAID. But one of the issues that, and this is part of the culture, me personally, I'm originally from Egypt, the mindset of the recipient is that USAID has an hidden agenda all the time. When I met with them, it was my approach that I'm here to help you because I know you are doing an amazing job. But you need to make sure how you're going to explain that, how you're going to empower the local communities, how you're going to make sure that they're going to engage with you, both sides, the government that you are dealing with, as well as the local organizations. And part of the advocacy, something that we have to keep in mind, which is something good, and I strongly believe will help us at a certain point. The new generation everywhere, not just here in America, not my own kids, not your own kids, because they're born and raised in America, they are open-minded. This is the new trend everywhere. I was in Lesotho 2 months ago. It was my first time going to amazing country called beautiful country, Lesotho. I have been talking to the old generation and I see the amount of frustration and they are talking about issues only, which is the trend everywhere. But the new generation, they are very open-minded. They are integrated. They are by default accepting the idea of talking to other and working with others, and because of the social media. So part of the advocacy that we should adopt, we should empower them. We should work more often with them. We have to empower our own. One of the issues that we are facing here, recruiting the new generation to work with the non-for-profit. For many facts, we have to find way how to bring them, to have them on board. At Islamic Relief, on our database, we have more than 50,000 volunteers. So we started to segment the volunteers to make sure which segment of the volunteers we're going to use and approach. And we have found that the young professionals by far better than the old generation. They are very open-minded. They know exactly what's going on. They are willing to integrate. They are willing to convince the company that they are working with. And we have an example with Google. The Muslim faith group at Google, they have been advocating on behalf of Islamic Relief to make sure that Islamic Relief will get more money from Google. And we have seen the improvement. The second approach is the partnership. We strongly believe that even though Islamic Relief is the largest American Muslim humanitarian organization, we're just collecting fund from our community members. Next, within a couple of days, we're going to close the book for Ramadan 2025. We were able to raise $50+ million from individuals only. But still, we strongly believe that we cannot work alone. We have to work with partners. We have many partners, Catholic Relief, HIAS, and one of which, since the event is held by the United Nations, our main partner, UNHCR, we have been working with them. We have been implementing through them. They have been helping Islamic Relief. So the concept of partnership is the only way for us to succeed. And facing the political environment, my message to our donors for the past Ramadan has finished last Sunday, to the donors and the communities across the nation, that our resources should be shared with everyone. We know many of the organizations that have been helping Islamic Relief in many ways. I know for fact now they are facing financial challenges, serious financial challenges. So our message to our donors across the nation, our resources should be shared with everyone as much as we can. And there is a chapter from the faith perspective. There is a chapter in the Quran I invite everyone to read called the human, al-insan, the human. So God is teaching us at the end of the day, as one of the respected speakers before us said, I'm the child of God. We all child of God. So we have to look at it from this perspective. At this chapter, God is encouraging and educating us to feed the needy people. There is no discrimination. There is no definition of me as a Muslim should feed Muslims only. It is bigger than that. And I think this is the time for us to practice that. Number 3 approach, which is the programs. And from the program perspective, we have 2 types of program. The early intervention, which is right after any crisis. And this one doesn't help much. The most important part is the long term, the development, to go, to stay, to empower the local organizations. I have seen it myself. The dollar that we are spending, I was in Morocco 1 year after the earthquake. I have met group of young, beautiful girls. So they proposed something for Islamic Relief that they said it clearly. We don't need some sort of support. Don't come and sponsor an orphan or give us just money on monthly basis. We are famous with oil and the olive oil. So we have started platform marketing platforms to sell our products. So what we need from Islamic Relief is to support this project as of microfinance loan. And we have seen the improvement of this project after almost 3 months, to a limit that the USAID reached out to us before the decision of President Trump to related to USAID, they reached out to us from Morocco, and I met with them later on, and they said that they need Islamic relief to invest more on this type of projects, and they want Islamic relief to come with a faith group leaders from America to start project of integration between the Muslim Moroccan and the Jewish Moroccan. And it was something new to me as an Arab Muslim. I thought the Jewish in Morocco, they are very strong financially, they are very well connected with the government. So the head of the mission of USAID, he told me, yes, they are, but still the mindset is not that easy to deal with each other. So they need someone to come from a faith-based organization, Jewish organization, Muslim organization. We prefer American organization to come to start talking to them to make sure how we're going to empower the community, how we're going to reduce the tension or the potential tension. So these are the three approaches that Islamic Relief have been adopting. And working with other partners, for sure, this is something make me and my team proud. The partnership that we have, and for more than 10 years, with HIAS. HIAS is the oldest Jewish refugees organization, have been helping Islamic Relief implementing in many countries that we cannot reach out to, as well as us implementing for them. And I wish that one day all of us are going to share our success stories and will help. We're going to implement the main job for all of us to bring hope for the hopeless people. So thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed, because this was a very interesting input in terms of bringing us very important points, which actually can reflect of many interfaith organizations that actually we have further to continue to work on, and after this annual symposium for sure. So I would turn to Simon and ask if there are some online questions. If not, if we have some questions in the room for our distinguished speakers. Simon, over to you.
Thank you very much. There have been a number of comments in the chat, many of them calling specifically on the role of faith actors, asking about how we can work at the deeper levels of culture and consciousness, because every religion accesses the metaphysical aspects of our existence. So how do we leverage and cohere the power of this deeper realm? Looking at how we empower versus disempowering people, talking about how people are created in the image of God and that there are no distinctions between people. Another is looking at the role of faith-based organizations to speak with a prophetic voice towards public ills, and that there are some faith actors who are misinforming and creating chaos. Another comment speaking about the call from faith-based actors to reform the Security Council and end the veto, which has been used to continue conflict in the occupation of Palestine, and noting that methodology is reflecting a mode that is behind the times, a top-down model that reflects old methods of working together, and that we need to be moving into a more modern, decolonialized way of being. I think those are some of the key points that have come up in the chat. So not so much questions as comments that people may want to respond to.
Okay, thank you. So we have actually 7 minutes left. Can we just, following the same order, and just have one concluding remark from this panel? Rosalind, from your experience, what would be your message to take away from this panel and from this symposium?
Thank you very much. I think it's tough to leave one message, but since we are being gathered together by the people of faith, let me leave with a message of more of an appeal that I think, you know, life might look like it's really tough, peace might look like it's very elusive. But as people of faith, I think it is possible to change. It is possible to change the trajectory that we find ourselves in terms of multilateralism, in terms of peace, in terms of funding. And I was really glad to hear Islamic Relief talk about the funds that they have raised. I mean, 50 million is really good. I'm sure my UNFPA colleagues would want us to speak with our colleague here to see how they are managing to do that so that we can support. But I think for me, we have the agency. We can be able to change. Let's raise our voices as citizens of the world. Let us not be, I was going to say, let us not be dismayed, quoting the Bible, but really, let us not give up. Things are looking not good at all, but we know we've been through this before. And with faith, with partnerships, and with agency, we can be able to pursue peace and demand for accountability and implementation from those who have signed the charter, from those who have made commitments to do better for us as citizens of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. We go to Jenny. What would be your message to the audience?
Thank you very much, Elisabetta. Yeah, I think there was a question for me in the chat that I just read, so I'm going to try to share the answer as well, and my final key message that I want to share with you. I wanted to say that our society is fully divided right now, and in that sense, we can't say that churches are all in favor of peace, because there are a lot of divisions in the religious sector. We see that. So I think that one of our tasks now is to unify the religious sector to work for peace. There are many inputs that have been made from the religious sector, and we'd love for more faith-based organizations to join our struggle. I also want to remind you that by the end of the 90s, different faith-based organizations worked on 3 different topics. 3 topics that are relevant to the religious sector. One is to recognize that we are a people. We are a people that was sent by God, and God gave us some talents and some gifts. And in that sense, in addition to having religious leaders, our churches, our faith-based organizations have a lot of people that have talents and gifts to serve the world for peace and for reconciliation. And for that reason, it's really important to improve the abilities of people in the church so that they can promote peace, nonviolence, and all these related topics that we discussed before. There's a second point, and it's that we have the possibility to deliver a message. Our words are inspired by our sacred books, by our spirituality, what we have as a sacred faith-based organizations, and we can deliver these messages. And thirdly, we usually have physical spaces. We have churches or temples. So how can we leverage these temples to organize peace actions, to help the victims, to help those in need, to create more dialogues and look for peace agreements? Many of these 3 elements have been translated into specific actions to work in favor of these peace processes that I insist are not easy, but this is what we have to work on right now, and this is our main challenge, to work for peace and reconciliation.
Thank you, Jenny, so much for the final message. And I understand that Sister Macrina is not with us. Therefore, we go to Ahmed. Final words from your side.
Much. 2 days ago, last Tuesday, my wife called me. She works for NIH. She told me that she heard there are 2 girls from Gaza were brought to the NIH for treatment from leukemia. And she asked me to go and visit and to spend some times with them. So we went and we met with both of them, 17 and 10 years old. And yes, we have been watching and seeing what's going on in Gaza for the past 18 months. But when you see a kid talking to you face to face, different different feeling. And the oldest one asked me about myself, and she was thanking me as an Egyptian because of the treatment that she received in Egypt. And she asked me if I have kids. I told her I have 2 boys, 18 and 14. Then she told me, I'm very close to your oldest one. Then we started talking about what she has seen, what she has in mind. Then she told me, I never left Gaza. So the globe to me is Gaza, very small place. And I was born and facing all of these struggles. And I have been seeing my family members getting killed over the past 17 years. But the majority of them were killed for the past 17 months. And in very Arabic way, Wallahi Ammi, Wallahi, it's like uncle by God, I'm just looking for stability. That's all, nothing more, nothing less. And I have a problem, and I want to ask you and Auntie, my wife, Khalti, I have an opportunity to apply for asylum and to stay here. And I have a good opportunity to stay here. But the problem, the rest of the family is in Gaza, and they cannot leave Gaza. And I cannot live without my family. If I'm going to go back to Gaza, I'm going to lose this opportunity. If I'm going to apply, I'm going to stay here, I'm going to lose the rest of my family because I don't have any hope that they're going to leave. And if they're going to leave, for sure, there is no hope for us to come together again. So can you help me with that? Unfortunately, I don't have any answer for her. But I strongly believe that we have to come up with an answer to bring hope to these 2 beautiful girls. They are same age of my own kids. And yesterday, I was invited to a meeting, dialogue, discussion between Muslims and Jewish in Washington, D.C. So everyone was introducing himself or herself and sharing the anxiety. When my term came, I told them, I don't think that we have the leverage of feeling or sharing our frustration because the politicians failed. And I don't think that they have any solutions for us. And let us be honest on this regard. The only solutions for the time being is the faith-based organization, the faith-based leaders. And I don't see much differences between the Jewish religious leaders I have met yesterday and the imams and the Muslims leaders that I have met yesterday at the same room. But unfortunately, for a good amount of times, we were talking about the differences only. As I mentioned, I'm Arab, Muslim, Egyptian, graduated from Al-Azhar, the largest religious university. I remember, and I have to admit that to make sure to adjust myself, to make sure that I'm going to prevent my own kids from all of the wrong understanding have been sharing with everyone. Unfortunately, when we meet and talk, we are talking about differences. We don't talk about the bigger picture. As human beings, we can come to each other. I'm sure that verses on my Quran, holy book, similar to the verses that on the other holy books, asking everyone to behave well, to help each other, to come together to do something good for the society at large. And again, I'm not here to give these speeches. This is what I believe in, and this is what I have been doing. And we have seen the response from many of the community members, Muslims and non-Muslims. So I think we don't have the leverage of saying we cannot carry on the responsibility. We don't have the leverage of saying we cannot prevent, but we can do a lot of things. As an immigrant myself, I know the power of being American citizen, living in America. We have to make sure how we're going to advocate, How are we going to be the voice for the voiceless people, domestically and internationally, Muslims, non-Muslims, anyone else? I strongly believe that the sun will appear very soon. Thanks so much, everyone, for having us, and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Ahmed, for your witness. And I would like just to draw to your attention key words from the Building Peace in the Midst of Conflict session. And these are important will, restoring justice and dialogue, bringing people together and communities together, listening and allowing young people voice into the peace building processes, as well as importance of the family. So thanks to the organizer of the annual symposium on the role of religion and faith-based actors in international affairs. And Peter, over to you, and greetings from Brussels.
Special thanks to Elisabetta for moderating that panel remotely. That's no easy task. And thanks to all the speakers, both here in person and online. Excellent, excellent interventions. I think what I'd like to lift up is, first of all, the big focus for all the speakers was on the role of faith actors in community contexts, community-based peace building. And I think that might be the special asset that faith actors can bring, but also recognizing the role of faith actors as bridges, perhaps, between government, between community, between international development organizations, local faith-based communities, building those bridges, recognizing all along the fundamental obstacle that lack of political will represents, and the divisions within faith communities and among faith communities as an obstacle that has to be addressed in the first instance in order to really leverage the assets that faith actors can bring to this challenge. So now we must hand over to our final panel. Reverend Levi Bautista is in the seat, so I'm going to, hand over the microphone.
Thank you, Peter and Kiki. This is the 11th edition of this symposium, and it's been an honor to have attended all. And so pleased to see you all in this final panel. Stay around up to the concluding remarks, and then come down to the 7th floor for the lunch. In her acceptance speech of the Nobel Peace Prize, my compatriot Maria Ressa said, and I quote, "Without facts, you can't have the truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these three, we have no shared reality, no rule of law, no democracy," unquote. And so, borrowing from the symposium's overall theme, the future is upon us, so what now? Well, the AI genie is out of the bottle. Is it a rogue genie? Oh no, unregulated genie? That cannot be. What then? Should we catch it, and how? Do we have enough of the makings of digital governance to regulate this genie? Is digital governance pointing toward digital equity? Even knowing that AI and most advanced information communication technologies, ICTs, are market-driven rather than welfare-oriented. Is the AI genie out of the bottle a harbinger of facts, truth, and trust, or a purveyor of their opposites? Can it serve democratic processes, perhaps by reversing the shrinking of public space for democratic discourse and participation? A part of our reality today is marked by a rapidly emerging information age where knowledge is ever more digitalized and information is ever more digitized. The future world order, as we perceive it, along with geopolitics, will be shaped by this technology and will undoubtedly impact democratic norms of participation and decision making. So how do we catch up with this genie out of the bottle and is moving so fast and innovating rapidly? is drafting a United Nations Convention on AI as suggested by the Global Futures Group, the Millennium Project, in a letter to the UN Secretary General in 2023, a viable way to proceed? Do we have enough tools to start with? Are our efforts in alignment with the commitment already agreed at the World Summit on Information Society in Tunis, and I was there in 2005, that commitment said, and I quote, "We affirm our desire and commitment to build a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, premised on the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, international law, and multilateralism, and respecting fully and upholding the Universal Declaration of Human Rights so that people everywhere can create, can access, can utilize, and share information and knowledge to achieve their full potential and to attain the internationally agreed development goals." The text, of course, uses the MDGs because that was 2005. Read IADGs includes the Beijing Declaration, the Copenhagen Declaration, the Beirut Declaration on Public. They're all part of the internationally agreed development goals, including the SDGs today. Now, I want you to consider what the Secretary General Gustavo Guterres said to the Security Council meeting on artificial intelligence. I quote, "We need a race to develop AI for good, to develop AI that is reliable and safe and that can end poverty, banish hunger, cure cancer, and supercharge climate action. AI that propels us towards the sustainable development goals. That is the race we need," the SG said, and that is a race that is possible and achievable. So how far along are we in designing the multilateral digital regime following the UNSG's remarks and this landmark resolution in March of 2024? The General Assembly said we must seize the opportunities of safe, secure, and trustworthy artificial intelligence systems for sustainable development. How do we then address the need for a multi-stakeholder and multilateral governance system for ICTs and AI that guides their developments, regulates their applications, continuously monitors their alignment with human rights, and work for the well-being of humanity and the planet? I've got a good panel for you. They will look at the multilateral landscape, the multi-stakeholder agency or agencies managing ICTs and AI that guides their development. And so how can we ensure that that multilateral, multi-stakeholder agency or agencies managing ICTs and AI are equipped with the necessary staff? I say that in bated breath because across the street, there's trembling possibly with less staff. How do we, the necessary staff, the necessary resources, and the authority to take actions that benefit humanity and the planet? How does the recent Pact for the Future and an annex called the Global Digital Compact that came out of that UN Summit of the Future help in crafting digital governance? Ladies and gentlemen, we do not aim to exhaust all these questions in 45 minutes. However, I hope that religious and multilateral actors work on both the chronos of time and its technical and technological aspects, which could mire our discussion on technology and AI. I want us as religious people as well to look at the kairos of time, that opportune moment to seize both the present and the future, reconnecting humanity and the planet to those greater global public goods related to justice and equity, peace and security, and so on. I am fortunate to have distinguished and knowledgeable panelists who will guide us through parts of this complex topic. Yuping, Gitanjali, Rose, we've been in panels together before. Welcome to this discussion. If we stick to our allocated time and it's scripted, we will have some questions available to be asked as well, and then we'll cede the floor to Kiki and Peter. Welcome Gitanjali Sa, the Policy and Strategy Coordinator of the International Telecommunication Union, joining us from Geneva. Here's my question to you, Gitanjali. From ITU's perspective, how can the international community, including the UN, civil society, and specifically faith-based organizations, build and create consensus behind or around clear, interoperable, global ethical standards for AI and future digital technologies? On to you, Gitanjali.
Thank you, Liberato. Good evening to everyone from Geneva, but good afternoon, good morning to people joining from different parts of the world. It's really nice to see you, Liberato. You have been bringing the voices of the civil society into UN frameworks. Also, my colleagues, Yuping, Rose, and Fadi, really nice to see you all. So Liberato, you asked a very, very important question. It's basically about inclusion, including people, communities into global ethical standards for AI and future digital technologies. So international cooperation at its finest brings everyone to the table. This tradition is embedded in both the UN system and the global standardization community, the two worlds that ITU straddles. And it is vital that we tackle the challenges presented by AI and future technologies. So, a good example of inclusion in a UN process is the WSIS process. You referred to the Geneva Plan of Action, the WSIS outcome documents, the World Summit on the Information Society, for those of you who have not heard about it. It is a UN process on digital for development. It's inclusive. The whole idea of multi-stakeholderism was in its DNA. It was built like that, bottom up, to include civil society, technical community, private sector, UN agencies, and of course, governments into the process. So cooperation on technical standards is very crucial. As AI motors ahead, standards are key. We need interoperable AI standards, first to lower costs, increase affordability, improve reliability. Equally, well-designed standards can uphold people's fundamental rights and ensure that AI benefits everyone everywhere. AI brings clear risks, deepfakes, misinformation, biases, imbalanced distribution of patents, data centers, skills, and who releases new AI tools. But it also brings massive opportunities. Generative AI alone could add up to 4.4 trillion US dollars annually to the global economy, according to McKinsey. AI can accelerate progress on nearly 80% of the targets in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. That is why we need the right governance and standards to minimize risk and maximize the benefits of AI. ITU and partners are addressing this. Our growing AI Skills Coalition offers over 50 courses to help people and companies keep pace. Our Digital Infrastructure Investment Initiative, with 7 DFIs as co-partners, tackles an investment gap estimated at US dollars 1.6 trillion to connect everyone everywhere. Now, embedding the human rights angle, standards shape design and usage with implications for privacy, freedom of expression, and access to information. The Human Rights Council has called for aligning AI standards with international human law. The World Standards Corporation, ITU, IEC, and ISO have taken up this challenge in collaboration with the UN Human Rights Office. Furthermore, AI bolsters climate change. Existing AI could mitigate 5 to 10% of greenhouse gas emission by 2030. equivalent to the EU's annual emissions. And one AI machine learning challenge winner showed us how to cut energy consumption by 5G base stations up to 20%. But we must get AI's own impact into control and very fast. Leading tech firms are producing around 50% more GHG emissions than 5 years ago. Green Digital Action by ITU and other partners rallies our industries to provide workable climate solutions, not keeping added to our problems. Vertical applications also hold big opportunities with our sister agencies like WHO, WIPO. We are working on health, FAO on digital agriculture, UNECE on road safety, and so on. We need faith-based and religious organizations at the table too, looking at the ethical dimensions. WISIS gives a clear framework of ethical dimensions of information society that are applicable even today to emerging trends and technologies. There's also the cultural aspect, the cultural dimensions of information and knowledge societies that is clearly depicted in the WISIS outcome documents. Faith-based organizations can also help us building consensus with diverse NGOs, civil society voices globally on clear interoperable standards and governance for AI and future technologies. Our consistently inclusive approach with mainstreaming of gender, older persons, young people will create a trustworthy, sustainable, and effective AI standards. Strong partnerships are key, and we invite everybody to collaborate with us on this to build a better digital future for all of us. Thank you, Liberato. Back to you.
Thank you, Gitanjali. I won't add any more comments to an extensive response to my question. On to you, Yuping. Yuping Chan is the head of the Digital Partnerships and Engagement of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Here's a question, Yuping. From UNDP's perspective, reflecting on your organization's presence in countries all around the world and direct support to national governments and stakeholders, what are the key issues that global discussions on AI should address, especially when it comes to impact on people and communities? And if I may add, if you could add a word or two on your lead role, in fact, in the preparation of the Hamburg Initiative with respect to artificial intelligence, in the developing of a language that will be part of that infrastructure we're looking for.
Thank you, Levy, and thank you so much for inviting UNDP to be part of this august congregation and group of people to discuss these key issues. A little bit louder. Okay. I'll just keep going a little bit louder. So as Levy has mentioned, UNDP is present in over 170 countries and territories around the world. So we are the UN, part of the UN system with the most in-country, on-ground presence. And as a result of that, we're very much informed by what our program countries need and really require. And so when we have these global discussions here at the UN, we're primarily focused on what does this mean for the communities and the people that we serve, in some ways very similar to faith-based organizations, because you're really looking at impact and service. And for us, in the same way, in pursuing development and supporting our program countries, that's really the impact that we're looking for. So when it comes to artificial intelligence and digital technologies, what we're looking at is primarily the issues of AI equity and AI inclusion. So even as Gitanjali has mentioned, the benefits that AI can bring, the fact that you have trillions and trillions of dollars of value that can be garnered by AI, PricewaterhouseCoopers estimates that by 2030, only 10% of the global value generated by AI will go to the global south and developing countries, which, with the exclusion of China, of course, which means that the bulk of this AI revolution and the benefits of AI that we are about to see will leave behind the people in the least developed countries, the developing countries, and a lot of communities as well. So in that sense, we're looking at an AI revolution that is going to be fundamentally inequitable, not inclusive, and leave even more people behind. So this concern with exacerbating ongoing and existing inequalities is top of mind for UNDP. And really, in the work that we do in our countries, we're looking to develop local ecosystems, make sure that African, South Asian, Latin American ecosystems and players, startups, entrepreneurs, youth can be part of the AI technologies that are going forward as well. So this notion of AI equity should be also part of these global conversations when we talk about how we can upskill others and really build a more inclusive AI and digital revolution. The next issue that we're also particularly concerned with, and I think Levi had mentioned this when we talked about this notion of commercialization or privatization, is that if you look at conversations around AI, the notion of trust and safety, of having trustworthy technology that is useful and inclusive for all, is something that must be top of mind as companies look to develop AI and technology. So AI trust and safety, and I think some of you that might have been following the global conversations around AI have noticed that that sort of discussion around what makes trustworthy, safe, responsible artificial intelligence seems to be being downplayed a little bit now in some of these global conversations around AI. And that's something that we really want to recenter the conversation around. And then finally, around this idea of the human-centeredness of AI, a lot of this is about technologies that ultimately seem to substitute for human agency and human empowerment. But if we put the people, the human, at the center of the digital technologies and why we want to use them, we really need to reconsider how we frame the use of digital technologies and talk about them. The upcoming Human Development Report by the United Nations Development Program, which is going to launch in about 4 weeks, in early of May, will have a focus on AI and digital. And we're recentering this conversation around AI as being human-centered. We're looking at areas such as, for instance, the labor economy, the care economy, and how we can think about caretaking, for instance, where artificial intelligence cannot replace the human, but must augment human capacity and refocus these complementary aspects of economy with the centeredness around the person, the individual, and returning the notion of human agency back to people at the center of the use of these digital technologies. So these are areas in which the United Nations Development Program is actively working. We have programs, startup accelerators, we have innovation labs, we have artificial intelligence capacity development for policymakers. We also have a local language accelerator where we're working to digitalize local languages in Ghana, Serbia, the Republic of the Congo, Congo Brasilia, and so on, to make sure that the data sets that we develop, that the AI algorithms are more inclusive and they don't just reflect the perspectives of the English-speaking majority, but really look to make sure that besides leaving no one behind, we also leave no language behind, and that artificial intelligence and digital technologies will be truly inclusive, including for all communities around the world. We welcome working with faith-based organizations. We understand that you have a global reach in the same way that we do, and really reach to these communities that are underserved and are hard to reach. So perhaps there could be opportunities in which the United Nations Development Program could work closely with your organizations as well, both at the global level where we jointly advocate for human dignity, for human agency, for trust and safety, and for this human-centered approach to digital technologies, and fundamentally work together to address the notion of AI inequity and work towards a more inclusive digital future for all.
Thank you, Yuping. You missed the Hamburg initiative.
But very quickly. So what Levi had mentioned is the fact that UNDP actually is leading with the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation in Germany, the AI and digital track at the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, which is occurring in Hamburg in early June. The idea around the Hamburg Sustainability Conference is that, like the Munich Security Conference, but for sustainable development goals. So around sustainable development, what are these key global challenges that we're all facing today? So not just artificial intelligence and digital, but also questions around, international financial reform, financing, climate and environment. How are the ways in which the Hamburg Conference can bring us all together, not just governments, but also stakeholders, in more private, impactful conversations on leveraging that moment of coming together for international action? So UNDP is working on a declaration on responsible AI for the SDGs. We've actually just circulated the first draft of this to a lot of stakeholders in the last few weeks. We've held consultations as well. We'd love to get the perspectives of your organizations as well on this responsible AI declaration. And with Levi's permission, I can circulate it to him and maybe hope that he can circulate it. And we welcome your engagement in the process as well.
Thank you, Yuping. Even in the presence of my General Secretary, I will say that the Human Development Report is a sacred text I look forward to every year. And so we look forward to receiving that and the outcome document of the Hamburg initiative. Let's go back to Geneva. Dr. Professor Fadi Dao is joining us. He is the Executive Director of Globe Ethics. Here is your question, Fadi. considering the tendency to restrict or eliminate regulations pertaining to AI development to foster innovation and sustain leadership in the technological race, how can we ensure that innovation stays within an ethical and human rights framework? The mic is yours, Fadi.
Thank you, Liberato, and hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening for all those who are attending and for my fellow panelists also. So I'm honored to be on this panel. The question is very challenging one, especially as you mentioned, Liberato, in the current framework of kind of deregulations or less focus on regulation now because of this race for profit and race for innovation. I would like to go back to this third objective that was defined by the Global Digital Compact, in fact, and also all the governments member of the UN approved this Global Digital Compact last September, and it said the following, I'm quoting, so it's the third objective: foster an inclusive, open, safe, and secure digital space that respects, protects, and promotes human rights. And here, my intention is to, in fact, to focus on the human rights question, because AI can be a great opportunity for all, for everybody. Unfortunately, for now, we look at AI from a macro and with those giant tech companies who are making, of course, the most of the technology and the related profit. But at the same time, I will give you a very concrete example. Last year, we launched an award, the Youth Leadership Award, and one of the winners of this award is Maluan, a very young gentleman from Cameroon who is using AI as a very small, I would say at the basic level, but using this technology to create e-mentoring program for children and young people like him who are, because of the conflicts and war in their context, prevented to follow and to pursue their education. This is a very simple example I'm giving to say that the first concern for me, for Globe Ethics, I represent for the ethical community in the world, is how to make from AI an accelerator for SDGs. So not to look at it only from a threat or concern perspective, but look at it as an opportunity, and not only an opportunity from a for the biggest player, I would say, of the technology, but an opportunity that ensure more inclusiveness, as it was mentioned before, and more opportunities in the global south, rather than having 10% of the share of this global economy in the global south, to have more, and not necessarily due to the largest company, but to supporting, incubating, accelerating small initiatives in this framework. My second point on this, and I know that the time is very, very limited, is about the concern. So AI is an opportunity, and specifically for SDGs and the global south, but AI is also a concern. We heard, and I know all the work being done within the UN framework, but still, I think we are in a fragmented reality nowadays. We have the UNESCO recommendation on ethics of AI. We have now the Digital Compact. We have some global frameworks. We have the work being done by ITU, the WSIS, the AI for Good, the global governance efforts on this, but still, we still don't have a global framework that protects and ensures that AI is trustworthy, is safe for everybody. Last week, we co-organized in Geneva here with a side event for the Human Rights Council, and it is totally in support of what mentioned before, to try to activate, I would say, the diplomatic dialogue within the multinational system on how we can reach a level where AI can have a framework that guarantees safety, access, I would say access, safety, and trustworthiness for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Fadi. If I may make an advertisement, check out Globe Ethics. They are a collective of scholars, higher education scholars. They have one of the biggest archives in the world on any subject matter and its relation to ethical thinking and ethical action. I don't get any, what do you call that? Remuneration for having made that advertisement. But let's now welcome Rose Payne from a short hop from Geneva across the British pond or across the pond to London. Rose is the lead of policy and advocacy of Global Partners Digital, who's joining us now from London. Rose, Fadi, Yuping, and Gitanjali have spoken about this. Why do we need a rights-respecting, human-centered, and development-focused approach to governing AI? Will current UN initiatives assist in developing this approach? Mike is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. I just wanted to start by saying how honored I am to have the chance to be a part of this panel and to speak with all of you today. I wish I could be there in person. I thought I should just very quickly introduce Global Partners Digital. We're a human rights organization that works to ensure that the development and governance of digital technologies is underpinned by human rights principles. This includes research on different governance approaches to AI. So now turning to this idea of that the genie of AI has escaped the bottle of governance. As you've heard from the other panelists already, actually in comparison to other types of digital technologies, the governance of AI has advanced quite far in quite a short amount of time. Principles are increasingly being translated into AI-specific regulations, both on a national level, but also in some cases an international level. Although, as we've just heard from Fadi, this is a little bit reducing at the moment. And you've also heard about some really incredible efforts to make AI more equitable. I will just say that I think that this speed means that some key concepts in the governance of AI are not settled. For example, safety is one of those key concepts. We do at GPD definitely share your concern, Yuping, that safety needs to be a central concern. But I guess I just wanted to raise the fact that safety means different things to different people. For example, someone working in an AI safety institute, this is their central concern. This is a central issue to be solved. Whereas for people in standardization bodies, it's one of many considerations. And then also when we think about it, the kind of context, safety also changes with context. And just as a kind of illustrative example, think about synthetic images, which are also known as deepfakes. In one context, using AI to create a deepfake of a real woman wearing jeans and a casual top, and then sharing that on social media might seem like acceptable use. In a different context or culture, someone sharing that deepfake image could be incredibly harmful to that woman. So that means that governance mechanisms really do need to take into account the differences in values across cultures, and we need a broad range of voices to be involved in governance discussions. I think it's fair to say that so far the majority of governance frameworks have been developed in the Global North, with some notable exceptions. For instance, the New Delhi Leaders Declaration. And I will say that partly in response to this issue of the lack of global majority representation, the UN has made efforts to create new spaces to discuss the governance of AI, which you've already heard about some of them. And here I just want to concentrate briefly on some of the bodies which have come out of the Global Digital Compact, which was part of the Pact for the Future. One of the aims of the GDC was to enhance international governance of AI for the benefit of humanity. To help achieve this aim, a global dialogue on AI governance and an international scientific panel on AI are being set up. So what does that mean? It means that both the panel and the global dialogue have the potential to shape AI governance for years to come. They're going to be really, really important. We welcome these initiatives. They're definitely needed, but would have a couple of thoughts about it. I think we've got a current draft or elements paper, which is sets out some of the terms of reference for these bodies. We think it's really important that they do strengthen references to human rights. It's really important that discussions on AI governance are grounded in human rights. This helps to create common understanding and to motivate practical action. So this is, human rights are binding obligations. We have tools like human rights impact assessments, which can help us to understand harms in a really concrete manner, including when a use of AI should be prohibited, for example. And we also have the opportunity to leverage UN human rights mechanisms, for instance, things like the Universal Periodic Review, which will help to make sure that commitments made within these bodies are translated into action. This goes back to exactly what Katanji mentioned about the work to build coherence between lots of different UN bodies which are addressing AI standards. Secondly, discussions about governance must be conducted in an inclusive manner, which means that decisions are representative of as many viewpoints as possible, particularly the viewpoints of the people who might be the most impacted by those decisions. We've heard about some really amazing examples of work to reflect underrepresented languages and data and the power of AI systems built in global South countries. But I think that we also need those conversations about the governance of AI to include a really broad swathe of voices. So we hope that the panel and the dialogue will be a space for meaningful multi-stakeholder collaboration. This will help prevent the dominance of any one viewpoint, ensure meaningful inclusion of impacted communities. And finally, I guess, what can everyone who's here do about it? I think that conversations about how these AI mechanisms will function are ongoing. We encourage any interested groups to take part in these kinds of conversations. I'm going to drop my email into the chat right at the end of this talk. So please reach out if you have any further questions after this.
Thank you, panelists, for your responses to the first round. This time I will ask the same question and seek your insights to it. No more than 2 minutes each. The future is upon us, and the reality is that the AI genie is indeed out of the bottle. AI and ICTs are emerging at fascinatingly fast, complex, and unprecedented rates. Can we really catch up with it and tame it? How? Why? What needs to be done, and by whom? How about Yuping, you take the first stab at it?
I'll start with it's on. So I'll start with what I feel UNDP and other development organizations have to do. I think we have to be more responsible in our use of AI. And so as we look at how we can infuse AI technologies and use those to deliver on development outcomes, we have to be conscious of exactly what other colleagues were talking about, the risks as well as realizing the opportunities. So what does it mean to support a government in a developing country use AI? Because a lot of times they're looking to us as development actors to provide that kind of advice as to how best to use it ethically. Because if you think about their context, there's a lot going on. And so we need to be trusted, impartial advisors of technology, but at the same time recognizing that national ownership means that we should not substitute our judgment for theirs. So exactly what Rose was saying, that it really needs to be responsive to local contexts and local situations, and then in some ways build the capacity of policymakers and national decision makers as well as local communities to make those types of choices for themselves so that they can make the most informed use of these types of technologies. So I think that's particularly important in terms of what development actors should do. And then I'll turn it back to all of you listening. What can you do? We think that there are a lot of, as other colleagues have mentioned, ongoing conversations and discussions here at the UN going on AI processes, AI governance, and generally the use of digital technologies. Faith organizations actually have been present, but not as active as some of the other civil society organizations. And I think you bring a very important perspective in calling for this kind of trustworthy, safe, human-centered, human agency-focused aspects to the use of digital technologies. And it would be wonderful if in the AI processes we heard more of these perspectives reflecting on exactly your experiences serving those types of communities, the people that are most vulnerable and those that will be most impacted by AI and digital technologies. So I would say it would be amazing if you could be part of that conversation and really raise your voices and join with those of us that really are advocating for this multi-sectoral, multi-player, multi-stakeholder approach to digital technology, such that it's not just about governments and big private sector companies, but really it is about the people and individuals that we serve.
Thank you for your response, Yuping. Let's get back to Geneva. Gitanjali, ITU's perspective and yours on the same question.
Thank you, Liberato. Continuing from what Yuping said, I would like to highlight, the WSIS process since its inception was to benefit the underprivileged, the marginalized, for the good of humanity, making sure that global processes have an impact of also bringing in regional, national, and local, outcomes and inputs into it. So, really, the frameworks do exist, and as the future of AI may look, we've been through several technology shocks before. The International Telecommunication Union, ITU, has been around for 160 years. So some of you who haven't heard of us, we are the oldest UN agency. We started in 1865 to coordinate cross-border telegraph communications. We've regulated radio spectrum used since 1906, and our space and satellite expertise is more critical than ever amid today's revolution in low Earth orbit issues. So we've continued to evolve through impartial cooperation on shared issues. One of the important tasks we do is that we work directly with the private sector. Given our unique membership, we have sector members, not only governments, but also sector members, who more than 1,000 companies, 1,000 plus companies who we work with to ensure that, these standards are also inclusive. So global policy imperative, we did speak about it. We spoke about the WSIS, the GDC, and once the GDC was adopted, we really immediately got into action. The WSIS community came out with this matrix that mapped the WSIS action lines, SDGs, and the GDC principles and objectives. The ITU immediately in Delhi held the International AI Standards Summit. And along with our world standard cooperation partners, we will put AI standards on the map with our next episode in Republic of Korea on the 2nd and 3rd October. Of course, in the meanwhile, Fadi did mention this, the AI governance dialogue will happen during the AI for Good Summit with more than 50 ministers, head of regulatory bodies. So we really welcome all of you present here to the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event, the AI for Good and the AI governance dialogue that take place in the same week in Geneva from the 8th to 11th of July. Back to you, Liberato.
Thank you, Gitanjali. We'll linger a little bit longer in Geneva. Fadi, your take on the same question?
Thank you, Liberato. I'm not sure that we can catch up with the Genie because, but this is maybe the proper of this technology. But anyway, this does not mean that we are dismissed from our responsibility. It's not an option. We have to engage. And as it has been mentioned, so the multilateral system has responsibilities. The government themselves has a big responsibility. The business sector is very responsible. But I would like to add and focus on the role of the civil society, including the faith-based organizations. And I think, as it was mentioned, that in a time where the regulations are being withdrawn or becoming less challenging for the innovation and technology itself. So we need a multi-stakeholder approach where all stakeholders can come together. And when I say all stakeholders, from all the world also, and mentioning the Global South specifically. And this is why I would love to see more civil society organization and faith-based communities and organizations involved in the sector, as they are doing a great work in the environmental, for example, domain. I think this also area is open to everybody. It requires some literacy. We need AI literacy for all, and starting maybe with the faith communities and civil society. I would love to see more people. I think I will do for you, Gitanjali, an ad at WSIS or AI for Good or all other, or the UNESCO Global Forum, where there is a preparation to launch a global coalition for civil society on AI ethics. So the space is open. I think we cannot just blame those who are being source of threat. We need to take our responsibility and do whatever we can in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Fadi. Rose from Global Partners Digital, and your take.
Thank you so much, Liberato. do you know what? Out of respect for everyone's lunch break, I'm going to try and be under 2 minutes. Also, because Fadi, you just set up what I wanted to say perfectly. We need multi-stakeholder coordination, but I particularly want to highlight the role of civil society. And I will just pick up on your point about capacity building a little bit for people who are maybe newer to this field, and also to pick up on what Gitanjali was saying and say that we're actually doing a lot of work at GPD to try and reach out to civil society, particularly groups who we may not work with, who might be new to the WSIS process specifically at the moment, but who are equally focused on human rights. I should caveat with that and say that we're doing a lot of activities. We have a mailing list where we're sharing information opportunities. We'll be doing some events during the WSIS high level, well, on the side of the WSIS high level event, and during hopefully the IGF, where we'll be also doing a little bit of capacity building. And there's always an opportunity to reach out. So we really need the viewpoints of people who represent some of the people in society who might be most impacted by some of the decisions made within digital technology governance bodies. We need all of you basically to work with us. So we hope that you'll reach out. I'm going to share my email in the chat right now. Please get in touch.
Thank you, Rose. We will now conclude the panel, which has been a substantive, rich conversation on so complex and complexifying a topic as AI and information communication technologies. Simon, will you kindly distill for the group some good chatter on the comment box and tell us what have our participants online have been talking about? It's potential that the Genie has put in a question as well. I trust you to field the questions that our panelists will be able to handle, at least for now. And they will, panelists, you will choose which of those questions to respond to for no more than 1 minute. Simon, are we ready?
Yes, thank you very much. There are a number of links to resources and jumping off points for further learning and reading in the chat, so I encourage people to take a look there. And then there were a couple of questions in the chat, 2 of which are related to climate change. The first is asking, how do we use AI in climate change? And the second is asking, does AI add to ecological sustainability with its high use of energy and water cooling? And who sets the guidelines for that? And then one other question of, what programs do you have for FBOs with regards to AI technologies?
Any first taker? Yuping?
On the AI and climate, we actually have a number of programs that run out of our countries that are looking at how you leverage digital AI technology in various aspects of climate and environmentally sustainable ways. So check out Digital for Climate. That's one of the initiatives to come out of UNDP, and our Nature Climate Energy Hub is very active across a lot of areas. So if anybody's interested, I'm happy to connect you with my colleagues that work on this. I would also say that this is one of those areas where, again, to the second question about the energy use of AI, where it again is an opportunity, but it's also a risk. And so in the Hamburg Declaration that I mentioned, for instance, this is precisely that intersection between an area that we traditionally as development specialists have been interested in, climate and the environment, and how we leverage AI in a way that is helpful and not going to harm at the same time. So for instance, should there be certain expectations about data centers or the use of AI tech in a way that is going to be sustainable in the long run? And these are the questions where we really need to look at these intersection points between not just technologists, but also climate activists, civil society communities, environmental justice activists, advocates, and so on. How do we make sure that those conversations and those links happen? And so I think this is really part of that coming together of the international community around AI.
Fadi, and then Gitanjali on deck. Fadi, your take.
Very briefly, I would invite everybody, as you mentioned it, Liberato, to benefit from the open access content that is available on GlobeEthics. It's also available elsewhere. In GlobeEthics library, you can find all the publications are open access and for free. Some of them are on AI governance from different world perspective. Others are for those who are involved in education, for example, recommendation on AI in education and similar publications on different sectors. So benefit from the resources that are already available there. I think so another offer for faith-based organization and civil society is the open access also or for free courses that they are available. So look at what is out there, Globe Ethics or elsewhere, because literacy is crucial, in fact, to be able to engage meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Fadi. Gitanjali, from the ITU perspective.
Thank you, Liberato. When I was answering your first question, I did touch upon it that, AI does bolster climate change. And I quoted this figure that existing AI could mitigate 5 to 10% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, which is equivalent to the EU's annual emissions, So, but of course, we must get AI's own impact into control and fast. So leading tech firms are producing around 50% more greenhouse gas emissions than 5 years ago. So it's very alarming. But many UN agencies, countries are actually taking action. The Green Digital Action is one of these alliances that has had an impact. I can share details on the chat. Green Computing Track directly addresses AI impact. The COP29 Declaration on Green Digital Action that Azerbaijan and ITU led got endorsements from over 80 countries. So it's also important to have information and knowledge about what AI can do and cannot do and the dangers of AI. The Coalition for Sustainable Artificial Intelligence has recently been launched by France, UNEP, and ITU that again further boost public-private sector commitments for environment-friendly AI. So there is a lot happening. The COP30 also promises a strong digital AI focus. And we must definitely be keep abreast of all these actions. I'm going to put some of them on the chat, Liberato. Back to you.
Thank you, Gitanjali. And Rose, your take.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on what Yuping was saying about working with climate activists. I think that that speaks to exactly why we do need this broad collaboration, because when we work together across different kind of constituencies and interest areas, these the kind of challenges, not just the challenges, but also the solutions begin to emerge, and we begin to be able to come up with like really robust ways forward which can inform governance frameworks. So yeah, I think that that's basically just reiterating my call to please come to us. We would love to work with more faith-based organizations, and we think you have something incredibly valuable to teach us. So I hope that some of you will reach out following this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you very much, Gitanjali Sa of ITU. Thank you, Yuping Chan, UNDP. Thank you, Fadi Dao of Globe Ethics. Thank you, Rose Payne of Global Partners Digital. You've stuck to the script. We came 17 minutes behind. I'm sitting back 12 minutes early. You stuck to the script and to the timing. That's always a pleasure for any moderator. But here's another tip. If there's a promised lunch, a moderator who's hungry also wants it finished because I'm hungry. That's an incentive. All right. The artificial intelligence, while termed artificial, has become real in this conversation today. I feel assured that while the AI Genie is out of the bottle, we have learned a few ways to start taming it in the service of humanity and the planet. May it be so. Thank you very much for joining me in this panel. Back to you, Kiki and Peter.
I want to start this closing wrap-up by saying that I am enormously impressed by certainly the number of registrations for this event online, but also the number of people who actually came in person and persisted through the entire morning here. So what we wanted to do, we have one camera set up there. We want to show everybody online, everybody who is still here in the room. And I want you to wave to them. Thank you very much. Kiki, you and I, we've had the privilege of reflecting on each of the sessions thus far, and it seems that we have a very, very similar approach to things. We have highlighted many of the same things. We've heard also at least a synthesis of some of the inputs from the participants online. I express my apologies to those in the room. We've discriminated against you in that regard. We haven't been able to elicit questions and conversation from the room. You are all going to receive, whether online or in person, a follow-up email for a survey, for an assessment. Now, to the extent that you have issues, questions, comments, points that you would like to pursue further, I invite you to use that survey form to contribute those points so that we can find the ways in which we can follow up to recognize your engagement, your interest, and hopefully respond in some meaningful way. So please, I encourage you to do that. But then, Kiki, I think it's our job to try and wrap this up in an appropriate way. Indeed. How on earth can we possibly do that?
You know, as people of faith, or in a room filled with people of faith, I think we'll draw on our collective sense of hope that we can pull this off. But really, I want to echo some of what Peter has said and thank all of you in the room. Thank all of the panelists. Thank all of the participants online. I was monitoring the engagement. When we started, we had about 400 people online. And then, a few minutes ago, it dropped down to about 200, which is a 50% attrition. That's amazing for any 1 hour or 90-minute event, much less we've been here for 4 hours. So it really just speaks to the commitment, the engagement, the enthusiasm of this community. And that's something that we really need to carry forward. When we started in the morning, we talked about the objective of why we're here today at this 11th symposium. And we really wanted to showcase the engagement of faith-based actors on these global issues. We wanted to examine, the shrinking civic space. We wanted to figure out how we could partner more strategically and do more with less. And I think it's safe to say that we did that. We did that and more. We hit the mark talking about multilateral processes, the opportunities that exist, what we can do differently, better. We talked about gender justice, gender equality, the realities on the ground for millions of women and girls, and where the faith community and faith leaders and institutions can use their privileged positions, their voices, their reach, their advocacy to amplify norms, amplify values around gender equality. We then went into talking about peace in conflict. I mean, my colleague also from the Secretariat mentioned the fact that we have, the mission of the UN was really to prevent a third world war, and that while that is the case, it saddens all of us to recognize that we've never been closer to the brink of a third world war than we are right now with the record numbers of conflicts and crises. But we also understand, and it's in a way it's a little embarrassing to admit that it's at this critical moment that we are realizing once more the essential role that faith actors are playing and can continue to play in the peace building process. The ASG from UN Women was chatting, I can share, she was chatting with Peter and I as she was leaving, and she was telling us about a senior leadership meeting that concluded yesterday, and issues around faith-based engagement in the religion, faith, and culture space were put centrally on the table. And this has not been the case for a very long time. That's the fact of the matter, because across the UN system, there's an understanding that there is an opportunity to collaborate more strongly and more strategic with you all so that we can actually course correct on a lot of the challenges that we're facing. And to me, that's sort of the heart of the conversations we were having here today. How do we do that? What are the opportunities? On the UN side, there are a lot of opportunities. I hear very strongly, it's two things. I'll be frank with you. It's two things. On the one hand, there are spaces where civil society and faith actors can engage, but there may be a gap in terms of knowledge and awareness. And on the other hand, there are times when the spaces are just not inclusive at all, and that's on us. So how do we address both of these things? How do we ensure that there's an open, ongoing dialogue that is not events-based, but is continuous, and you all have access to the information and we have access to you? That's something that we need to think about how to take forward seriously. We mentioned a number of events on our multilateral calendar that I would like for you to put on yours if they aren't already. You know, the Financing for Development conference that's taking place in June in Spain. The World Summit on Information Society, that came up a number of times. Our colleagues in Geneva mentioned it. This is in July. The Second World Summit on Social Development, it's in Doha in November. The COP in Brazil, the Conference of Parties in Brazil, that's happening. I believe it's in November as well. But these are spaces where it will be essential to have faith-based advocacy on any number of issues. And as has been the case in the past, you can count on UNFPA. So I lead our faith, religion, and culture engagement at UNFPA. You can count on UNFPA to collaborate with, ahead of these events. So let's think about how we can do things a little bit better and with a view towards making some impact together. Over to you, Peter.
Well, thank you very much, Kiki, for that acknowledgement and invitation on behalf of the UN system. But now I want to speak to my civil society and faith-based colleagues in the room. All of these years, let's be honest, we've been focused on how we can improve our access to and influence upon UN policymaking. But let's be honest, the current moment globally requires much more of us than simply planning for our next side event. As Niradzai in the very opening of this meeting said, the faith communities were multilateral systems long before the multilateral system. I think it's time for us to own that identity as an expression of multilateral commitment, of transnational identity, to own that and assert it and proclaim it and advocate for it in a moment when politically, geopolitically, the system is fragmenting. And there is a real and present threat to the very principle of multilateral cooperation at precisely the moment when we need much, much more, not less, multilateral cooperation. I think it's our responsibility to be advocates for that principle and for the UN system as an instrument for that multilateral cooperation, not simply to see how we can improve our footprint within the UN system. So I want to leave you with that thought. To me, the clouds outside over the Secretariat look a little bit lighter than they were, but there is still no sun. Those clouds are likely to be there for the foreseeable future, metaphorically. But the sun is there. And if there's one thing I take away from this gathering, is a real sense of collective commitment to seeking the sun. Thank you very much. Now, before we leave, though, we have to say thanks to many, many players who have made this possible. I want to start by thanking all the excellent speakers and moderators in this series of sessions. Thank you so much. And I want to thank my colleagues and counterparts and friends in the organizing committee who've worked very hard under difficult conditions to bring this event together. Thank you very, very much indeed. I want to thank the hosts and supporters that have enabled us to meet here physically in these premises and online. Thank you for your hospitality. And I want to thank the interpreters and the communication specialists, my colleagues Marcelo and Walter, who have made it possible for us to understand, to see, to hear each other. And amongst other things, I want to point out again that the interpretation has been made available in French, Spanish, Arabic, and International Sign Language. And this is not just a technical issue. It is a statement of commitment to linguistic inclusiveness. And finally, I want to thank all of you, audience members here in person and online. This is an event, but our engagement is not event-based. So let's continue to work together. And I thank my sister Kiki for her wonderful partnership in moderating this event. Thank you, Kiki.